Goes on mine. Oh. I think. Okay, that's fine. Single. Sorry about that. Single. That's all I mean. Sorry. Stan. I'm still in water cooling mode.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, How are we all doing? Welcome to the 2025 Ring Our Ollie New Year's Eve live show, day one. And you might be wondering, Ollie, why are you coming to us live for New Year on the 28th of December? I've bitten off more than I can chew. Yeah. I was sitting here doing all of the preparations last night, and I felt then, and I get the same feeling now. It's just this really, really deep sense of regret. Because I can see what we're going to build, and it's not exactly something, it's not something you just do out of nowhere. It is. Oh dear. It's just such a really, really deep sense of regret. But all will be explained, all will be revealed. How is the sound levels? Are the sound levels all good? What? I think maybe I could do with being a bit louder. Hold on, my control panel for everything is behind me. So if you see me turning around, it's because the kind of tech is behind me rather than in front of me this year. So which is good because in front of me is going to be what we're building. And you see, I can't, when in previous years I've kind of just slid it, like, for example, this is not what we're building because we've done it already. But for example, I'm in the way, but you get the idea. I'd kind of reveal it here and we'd do that. But this is not what we're building. This is it doesn't actually say how many pieces. Interestingly to note, however, this is not what we are building. Still quiet? Okay, I can be louder. I can be louder. How about that? Is that any better? How's that going? Is that any better? Yeah, so interestingly, in previous years, do you remember last year when we built the Notre Dame de Paris? When we opened it, I was like, oh, will this be the first year we get paper bags? Because Lego has started transitioning from plastic to paper bags. And we didn't. We got the plastic bags. And I was... Would you like it louder? How does everyone else find it? We can make it louder. Is that any better? Is that any better? Let me know. Yes, so I'm glad the chat is working because I've been having real proper problems with the chat. The chat has been like the bane of my Christmas, which it's not been that enjoyable. No. The working the chat out has not been enjoyable. Christmas was very enjoyable. Right, so yes, last year when we built Notre Dame, I was a bit sad because I had never experienced Lego paper bags. This is a set I have had knocking around for a long time, and I haven't actually opened it because I didn't want to do it on stream because we did this in 2022, albeit it was a cheaper brand which wasn't Lego, and I haven't had time or the space to do it. So that's next year's problem. But I thought, would this maybe have paper bags? So I opened it, and it has paper bags. Look at that. So that is what Lego paper bags look like. So there we go. Right, so that is a project for another time. Okay, so who is in the chat? We have MS Knight 5. Hello, MS Knight 5. Now, Michelle has been incredible in the last couple of days, because I'll tell you the kind of the extent of problems I've had to go to, and the extent of everything. You know, this is kind of this stream takes in that in 2022, 3, 4, and 5, I live streamed this. No, 3, 2, 3. What? 2022, 2023, and 2024. Sorry. I streamed this from Norfolk, and I was half debating, should I go and stream it from Norfolk this year, or should I try something else? So, I'm streaming it from Sussex, which is great, but in Norfolk, I lived in a town, so, you know, the infrastructure for this kind of thing is a little bit better. Despite living in an older part of the town, it's a bit better. But here, I live in a village in the middle of effectively nowhere on a hill, and the power, basically everything needed for live streaming, power, internet, power consistency, and internet consistency is non-existent, because internet in this village is not transferred through fibre optic cabling. It's transferred through copper cabling, which is slower than fibre optic, than other things. So than copper. So it's difficult. So I'll get on to what I've had to do for this in a sec. Williams Brothers UK. I think you're the best bell ringer on YouTube. Oh, that's very kind of you. I don't know. I wouldn't say I am, but some people say I am. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But thank you very much for your kind comment. And we've got Michelle Knight. Who else is in the chat? Let me know. Comment below. Comment in the chat and let me know that you are here. And yeah. Yes, so the kind of extent I've had to go through to get this live up has been concerningly difficult. To start with, the internet. I did a speed test prior to what we've got now. I did a speed test. Let me try and find a picture of the speed test. It's just right. So the speed test before we change. I'll say we changed providers. We got a little bit further than that. Yeah. So internet speed, megabits per second down was 3.31. And Paul Williams, hello, Paul Williams, bonjour. And the speed up was 5.43, which in other terms can't really load a YouTube video, let alone upload one. So whenever I had to do editing, I had to go back to Norfolk to edit. So yeah. Also, we do have some bell ring videos. Yes. So now the only way we could get consistent, long, and internet that doesn't drop out is Elon Musk and Starlink. So we've now got a massive, well, I say massive, other internet doesn't have one, but we've got a dish on the roof that connects to satellites floating, in lower Earth orbit, and provides us with incredibly strong internet. For example, instead of 3.3 down and 5.43 up, I now have 19 up, which is good, and 281 down, which is incredible. But I'm pretty sure I've got an app here. See, I've got a Starlink app now. It's very high tech. Half of it I don't even know how to do, how to operate. I can do a speed test. So at the moment, see, it's connecting to satellites. If I put it there, will you be able to see it? Yes. There we go. It's underneath me. It's on top of me. So we've got 304 down. And it's scanning. 35 up at the moment, which is just for this village is rather powerful. So hopefully the length I've gone to for that part of the stream, hopefully it pays off, which is good. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we live in a village, and if in case I didn't say before, and the power is bad. To keep it short and sweet, the power is bad. In effect, it stops quite regularly, and that's not good for live streaming because every few days the power will go off for a few minutes and then come back on again. Except if it's Christmas Day and then it goes off for 2.5 hours. But that is a regular occurrence. We can almost time it now because the infrastructure for this village is so bad. When everyone is at home and puts the kettle on, usually between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock, it just overloads everything and the power goes off. To half the village. The village is kind of split down the middle with a road. One side of the village had no power, the other side did, which is interesting. Which brings me back to a story. When I was, what year was I in? Year 5. The village, as I say, is split by a road, and the other side to the village where I live on is the church and the school and the shop. But the school and that side of the village had a power cut, like all day. We got into school and I think the power went off at about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and it didn't eventually come on until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock. So they couldn't cook any lunch. You are the best bell ringer. I'm not, but thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so they couldn't cook any lunch. So the chefs at the school ran up to the village shop and ransacked the entire thing and bought all of the bread, all of the butter, all of the cheese, all of the stuff, and made sandwiches out of the contents of the village shop. Which was, I mean, nowadays you probably wouldn't be allowed to do that. You just have to close the school. But back then, you know, great fun. Anyway, so in terms of the power, at any moment we could get a power cut. That's kind of an unfortunate side effect of living where I do. But we've kind of, or I've alleviated this to some extent in that 90% of the power cuts last under 5 minutes. And then another 5% kind of lasts maybe 10 minutes at most. And it's only that little 5%, like on Christmas Day, that it goes off for hours. So, we've got some like power banks, and this is all thanks to Michelle in the chat. She MS95. She helped me choose the correct ones, and so if we get a power cut, and I have tested it, if I go to the wall socket now and flick a switch off, the computer, so the bare essentials will stay running. The light will go off. Other stuff will go off. The only things that will stay on is computer box, computer screen, and internet. So at the very least, the stream will keep going for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes at an extreme push. But that will give me enough time to go online, check what the power situation is going to be, if it's going to come on, or if they say it's going to be off until 8 hours from the time it goes off, then what I can do, and we've got contingency planning is all it's very good. I've done a lot of prep for this, I can stop the stream, wait for the power to come back on, start the stream, continue until the time whatever we were going to stop at, stop that stream, and then this is the cool bit. Hopefully it won't push us out too much, because then I can download the 2 streams, splice them together, and then live stream that back to myself. So then we get the one continuous live stream, which we would have had anyway. That's the plan. As to whether that's going to work, but obviously if that happens, that we'll have to live stream it overnight, which might delay our start time for the next day. But we can discuss that if the situation arises. But so far, touch wood, and this is proper wood, we have no problems. That's the plan. So, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yes, has anyone noticed in our previous streams, we've had, when we've done, like, the first year was 2022, and we live streamed that on New Year's Eve, and that day, don't do that, I need to see the chat. Oh, it's YouTube is being updated. Fantastic. Ain't that great? I will see the chat again in a moment. For some reason, my chat screen has decided it's going to update YouTube. Oh, right, it's done. Good. So, okay, we're back. I think. Yes. So, yes, we've kind of... There's something weird, and I don't know whether it's just luck. Let's see if this year kind of breaks that strain. But we've had... Oh, and the YouTube. What are you doing right now? Reading your comments. What am I doing right now? Reading your comment. Yes, so what happens is that at New Year, for some reason, when we're live or just before, something relatively important in world history happens. Whether it's to do with a purpose.
I found this on the web for History Happens. Check it out.
I think the iPhone S word artificial helper may have listened to me. Don't listen to me. Thank you. Yes, so something important happens, whether it's to do with a certain person or a significant world event. For example, this is what's happened so far in previous years. In 2022, on New Year's Eve, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI died. That was 2022. New Year's Eve 2023, Queen Margaretha II of Denmark announced her abdication, the first time in about 980 years that a Danish monarch has abdicated the throne. In 2024, US President Jimmy Carter died. And so far, nothing too significant has happened. But I just wonder if this is going to be a continuing theme for the show. Michelle's got to go and make food. Catch you later. See you later, Michelle. Don't burn the food. And join back as soon as you can. Have you ever rung at St Mary's Church in Stafford? No. That's the place that have had the old Hanley 10, isn't it? They've got a Gillett and Johnston back 10 with 2 extra trebles. Job's guide. I think it's the old Hanley 10. Yes, 1923 Gillett and Johnston back 10. 2 Wesley trebles. and 1887 Gillet sharp flat 6. Yes, I think to be honest, the Hanley bells, they're quite nice. They for a new 12, they are really good. I think probably about as good as you can get. I mean, a Gillet back 10 and Wesley trebles, in terms of founding quality, they've made the right decisions there, I think. I've heard recordings of them. They are really rather nice. By Nicholson's. Moving on. When I was searching up Stafford, I saw Staffordshire, Castle Church. Ring of 3. Charles Carr. Complete Ring of 3 by Charles Carr. Ringing currently not permitted. There's a Ring of 3 in the castle. St Mary, Stafford. Sorry, I've got sidetracked. St Mary, Stafford. Castle. St Mary's Castle Church, Stafford. Oh, no. In the castle. The church is just outside the castle. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, so there's that. So I do wonder what's going to happen this year in terms of significant world events. Will we find out? This is going to be an interesting stream, I'm sure. Not to mention the fact that the set we're building is just Anyway, Mr. Wolf is here. What do I need to do to get a shout out? Nothing. Hello. Welcome. I'm not going to shout because the mic will probably kill itself. But yes, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it. Dylan White, have you ever rung up somewhere? That was the comment I replied to. They are a lovely 12. Gillets are known for good tuning and sounding. Yes, Gillets are a fantastic founder. Until they went through a stage about the time they were casting like Wednesbury, Rochester. They liked their major third tunings of the tenor, and you've got, from all accounts, when you ring at Wednesbury, it's very obvious at Rochester, but when you ring at Wednesbury, apparently a 10 or an 8. The front bells sound okay, and then you get to the tenor, and the major third is so prominent it just bounces around the ringing room. That's all you can really hear. From a musical perspective, it's a complete abomination, but it was an interesting kind of gimmick for Gillets, and a bit like their slider systems. Gillets, from everything I can tell, did everything they can to avoid using normal sliders. They became incredibly adventurous. They didn't just go for like Hastings stays. They made their own versions of it. Like I can't remember the exact name, but there's like a ball and truck, a truck and paddle, and it's got like a banana-shaped rail, and the truck's got 4 wheels on it, and it slides up and down the rail like a roller coaster, and the top of the truck has got like a metal paddle, so the stay comes round and it engages with the paddle, and it slides the truck along the rail, which is quite, I mean, Coleman's Hatch have got them, and they're relatively common, but the most fantastic I've seen is at Watford. They've got a gutter and a wooden ball, and the stay comes around and pushes the ball along the gutter, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's spectacular to see, but they did everything they could to avoid using normal stays and sliders. Not sure why, but there we go. When are you building your annual Lego set? Oh, very soon. I'm gonna reveal it very, very shortly, and then we're gonna be building it up until New Year. So, yeah, I'm scared to reveal it because I know the undertaking it's going to be. It's not going to be easy. And I feel like I've made a mistake. Then Tenor has a nice sound. Tenor having the same nominal as 8's prime resolves major third dominance, created by the minor third tierce. Ah, well. Andy Pipkin. Hold on a minute. I need to do some digging. Andy Pipkin. Yeah, no. Anyway, right. That's made my day. So, it's just the feeling of regret. It is the deep feeling of regret. Anyway, are we ready for the grand reveal of what we're building this year? I have to turn around, you see, because my systems are all behind me. Right, so, are we ready? I need to just, yeah, what way does it need to go? That way. Hold on a moment. Is that, no? There we go. Right, that's all good. So, are we ready to see this year's Lego build? Oh no. It's just oh dear, I've made a mistake. Right, the Lego build has got its own live camera. It's so big because I can't fit it here. So the camera, the build will appear above my head shortly. This is our building screen. And what we're building will appear about there in that top corner. That's the plan. Is the sound levels all okay? Camera, the build. Yes. Right. Okay. Oh no. Oh, that regret is very deeply ingrained inside me, I can assure you. Right. I need to come across here a little bit, which is about right for building. Good. Right. Oh no. Right. Okay. Drum roll, please. To this year's build is currently the oh no the the biggest Lego set in existence. At over 5 feet tall, we are building the Lego Eiffel Tower. Oh no. I need to watch this back. See, it's a live cam. Hello. Yeah. It's just incredible. Are we ready? I'm gonna put it on screen. The drum roll has begun. Bonk. Oh no. See, so yeah, it's just oh no. Yes, so this is got its own live camera. Hello, live camera, because it's so big. The box is so big, it doesn't fit in. Oh, God. Oh. It's got its own table as well. It's it's sitting on. We can thank that, you know, up the Swedes. They built a fantastic table, IKEA, and it's so big it's going to have its own table because my building station, we'll call it, is not big enough. When it's like the base plate for it is wider than my building station. So it's going to have to be built and then put on the table. So then there'll be like a live cam catch up of the build from the live, live camera. I've made a mistake. I have made a massive mistake. 10,001 pieces. Oh my lord. Right. So, yeah. Ah, dear. Yes. Thank you for noticing and commenting that, Owen. Yeah, last year, if anyone was watching last year's stream, we had some very, very weird occurrences in during the stream, and it was caught on camera. And I'm still going through the footage and like taking snips of each moment it happened, but relatively regularly, we'd have something called light orbs kind of float in the camera or in sight of the camera. But interestingly, a light orb, and there was one, because most people say, it's a speck of dust or something like that. And it could very easily be mistaken for one. But one of the light orbs was, I tracked its routing, shall we say, and on the camera, it appeared in this camera, which is my face cam here, and then it kind of seamlessly transitioned into that camera. And they're like 2 foot apart in completely different directions and showing completely different areas. So for it to have been caught and captured on that cam and then go to that cam seamlessly without transition, I don't know how it could do that. It would have to kind of be into... Anyway, so there was that. And then that's one thing, but you could kind of possibly mistake this or, mistake that for dust. But then we had a whistle, which was very, very odd. I wasn't talking at the time. I was not saying anything. And there was this whistle. And that is a very, very common thing in paranormal activity. So I don't know. When you put the possible orbs and whistle together, it adds weight to the argument. So, yeah. I do now have 2 landmarks of France, and I was worried that we would be going too French heavy, and I did debate getting a beret, and a baguette, and start eating croissants, but I thought that would probably be too offensive to some French, so we're not doing that. But yeah, 2 French kind of icons, and I was kind of this year. I was kind of it was going to be one of 2 things in my planning. It was going to be either Eiffel Tower or Titanic. It was going to be a big build regardless. And Titanic is 9,000 and a bit pieces, and this is 10,001 pieces. So they were both big, but I kind of had to. I had to kind of. They're also both very expensive. So getting both at the same time was not an option. And I kind of had to decide, what am I going to get this year and what am I going to get next year? But then to kind of what gets thrown into the equation is what set is going to be retired. Because Titanic is proving more and more popular every single year. Eiffel Tower has been incredibly popular at, the normal, very popular rates. But Titanic is just exceeding expectations each year, and the popularity is still growing, and it is still popular. And I don't think they will retire a set that is that popular, if you get what I mean. So I think they're going to retire the Eiffel Tower either next year and then Titanic the year after. At which point Titanic would have been on sale longer than any other Lego set. Or they're going to retire both of them next year, because so far I did expect half expect them to retire Eiffel Tower this year, but they haven't. So fingers crossed they will hold out until next year to retire the Titanic. As to whether we'll be building it in next year's stream is you need to wait for that, because now that I've said I'm eyeing up getting Titanic next year, don't know, should we build it in the stream? I've ruined the surprise. So, and I'm very protective over my surprises. A lot of people were asking me, what are you building this year? I didn't tell anyone. Actually, I did. I told Michelle, but that's because she was standing in this room yesterday and could see it. So, yeah. Apart from that, there is our build for this year. Oh dear. It would be very cool if Notre Dame had bells hung for full circles. It would be really musical to attract people. I don't know. I don't know. I think what attracts more people to churches is chiming and carillons, because people can usually recognise the tune and it sounds very melodic, whereas chain ringing is a very unique thing, and unless you live in this country it sounds very odd, in the same way that other stuff sounds odd. Other countries. Bellringer 11, hello, welcome. Lego should stop removing the things. It's difficult. They can't keep everything going all of the time, because some of the best sets, and some of the sets I'd really like to build, are the really, really old Creator Experts, which are like Sydney Opera House, Taj Mahal, Tower Bridge, things like that. But they're all kind of discontinued, so as a result, they're very expensive. What ringing stuff have you got planned for next year? Not much. This year I've rung 311 quarter peals. I think it's 311. I've lost track. And that was despite ringing 200 last year and 100 the year before. Someone said to me, are you going to go for 400 next year? No, I am not. I'm in Paris on holiday. Oh, good. Well, there we go. See, this way, it's all good. It all pans out well. But it can be like Dordrecht. Yes, Dordrecht have full circle bells. They've got the little 8, and then they've got the bigger 10. But you also got to remember that the big 10, say big, compared to the other bells in that tower, they're tiny. But that 10 cannot be heard from outside. You wouldn't notice them from outside, because the walls of that tower are so big. And if you see a picture of the belfry, they're tucked in a tiny corner. If you think Liverpool Tower with the bells in the middle looks small, you can't really hear them outside, so they don't really serve that much of a purpose for the church. The big swinging bells and the carillon do that, which is very common for that part of the world. Yeah, and then of course you've got towers like St Albans, where they've got a 12 in the corner of the tower on like 2 or 3 levels, and they've tucked like the bells in one corner, and then they've got a few chime bells at the side. It's very bizarre. They could do a peal secretly. Well, they do. At the little 8, they can ring all day, every day, and during the night. And the tower bells can be rung at most times because they're so quiet outside. I've not rung at either of them, so I don't know exactly what they're like, but that's what I've been told. They rang. How many peals was it? Like Pitman's. Was it the Pitman's series? They rang like 6 or. No, maybe it was 8. I know they rang. Did they ring the standard 8 to individual peals all in the same day? They've done really quite extraordinary kind of things there, where they can ring. They start at like midnight, and they finish at 5 to midnight the next, or the same. They ring for an entire, basically 24-hour period, which is quite good. You can hear them ringing outside, yeah, a little bit, but it's not too powerful. Yes, so without further ado, I've waffled on, and I just look at the set and think I've made a mistake. That's the kind of feeling I have at the moment. I also had to do some maths. All of the building, like, I took 2023 and 2024 as two kind of prime examples, in that 2022 had about 1,500 pieces, and the stream was 9 hours and a bit. 2023 was just over 2,000 pieces, and that took 10 hours. 2024 was about 4,000 pieces, and that took 2 10-hour streams. So roughly, we're doing about 2,000 pieces in 10 hours. Hello, Ollie, to P3NLD. Do I recognise that channel? Question. That name rings a bell. No pun intended. Anyway, so there's that. Who else is in the Boeing 11? I lost a peel the other day. I was quite annoyed. Oh no! What were you ringing? Where were you ringing it? How did it go wrong? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, losing peels is not fun. Yes, so I did some maths, and it seems we're building at about 2,000 pieces in 10 hours. So doing the maths, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 is 5 10-hour streams, so 50 hours. But if we build up all of these streams and we stream for, say, 10, 11 hours each day, that's 44 hours. So then we only need to make up like 8 hours. I've done some maths, and as far as I can make out, if my maths is correct, we should finish this at some point, hopefully at about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock on New Year's Eve. If not, and if we get to like the night before day 4 of the Ring Ollie New Year's Eve live show 2025, then I will do a little bit of sneaky building to kind of let us catch up. So then we do finish. So, the emphasis is on doing it at a relaxed, manageable pace, and try and stifle the deep regret. It was at Barben, Cumbria, and Splice Minor, and it was miscalled. Oh, damn. That's annoying. I'm sorry. Ringing for 3 hours straight and losing it about a minute from the end would be awful. Funny story. I lost a peal of Stedman at Canterbury Cathedral 1 minute from the end after ringing for 3 hours and 18 minutes. I think it was 3 hours and 18 minutes. 1 minute from the end. And, everyone says, well, you can't win them all, and what would be the fun in ringing it if you get them all the time? And I can see where they're coming from, but equally, what would be the fun in it if you lose them all the time? That's my first argument. And the second argument is that saying things like that, oh, what would be the fun in you know, doesn't help when you are literally a minute from the end and people have put in a semi good effort that entire way. To lose it then is just annoying. You can't really put any other kind of word on it, and it just makes you think, if someone can go 3 hours and 18 minutes without making a catastrophic mistake and then go like fatally wrong in the last minute, how could you go 3 hours and 18 minutes without doing that? And then why would you do it then? Granted, you know, you're tired, you've been ringing that time, but yeah. It was very annoying. How do you predict the Lego set take to build? So, the calculations on previous years. So yeah, it's a relatively difficult thing to predict in that this is my kind of logic behind it. In that first year was a non-Lego build. It was relatively simple. The blocks were straightforward. The building technique was relatively basic, and that took, I think it took less than 9 hours to build the Statue of Liberty, not the real Lego one. The next year we built Concorde. That was a Lego set, so the building was slightly more complex. It was a relatively straightforward build, lots of very flat surfaces, so the build time was relatively quick, but it was a Lego build, so there was some complexity. There was also some Lego Technic in it, so it had like moving parts on the inside. So that added to some time, and that took 10 hours. So that was a complex-ish Lego build. The Lego Architecture Notre Dame de Paris, which we built last year, had 4,000 pieces. It was a complex build. There was an interior, so it was complex. There was lots of pieces, and that took 2 10-hour streams. This is a Lego build. It's complex. There's a lot of pieces. It's very, very big, and I say it's relatively repetitive. It's a difficult build. So, but in the same tack, everything you do in this, you do 4 times because it's identical on 4 sides. So when you get past the base, you repeat everything. So I'm hoping that will kind of help make things flow quicker and eat up that kind of 8-hour black hole we might or might not have. So I've done a lot of planning into this, and I really I hope this works out. I rung one peel that was false. 58, 56 changes. That's very bizarre. Was the length it was meant to take 58, 56? Was that meant to be the number of changes, or was it meant to be 50, 56? Because that's a relatively common peel length. You rang accidentally ringing 800 changes. Someone would notice, surely. Odd. What were you ringing? It would have been I presume surprise major. You need a really good band. Also, I rung at the cathedral. Yeah. I mean, the band should have been able to ring it really, really well. It was rung well, as you would expect for the cathedral, but yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you're happy, but you know, people could have, certain people could have perhaps put in a little bit more effort. But there we go. It's all well and good looking back on hindsight. We were over halfway through, or at least it wasn't right at the end. Yeah. I mean, surprise minor would have been slightly quicker, I suppose. It's very sad when you lose a peel. I remember completing it in a few days, and that flooring is a bit hard inside. Oh, that flooring, it's really trippy because you look at it and then you think, hold on, is this the right way round? And you think, yes, it is. And you build a bit more and get to a bit. And, oh wait, no, it's not. And the flooring, I remember the flooring was really, really weird. But it worked out in the end. And I also found, because all of the pieces were so small, there were so many repetitive like finials and different bits of buttresses. There were so many small pieces. It really hurt my hands, and I find that every year. So by the end of like, by New Year, my hands are going to be like in shreds. Is my thinking, and this has got lots of small pieces, but there we go. We should race each other. Well, it was meant to be a 5184, but was miscalled. Interesting. Ah, that's sad. Turamura. Oh, relatively good method at Whiston. Ah. Who messed it up? Oh, dangerous territory. You know, letting on to who messed stuff up is always a risky game. Half those structures in where you had to use like half pieces for the floor. Yes, because there were little things sticking up, so you had to use like curved pieces to. Oh, it was all. There was logic, but it was a bit trippy. We don't do peels. We have our own peel band at times. We do record peels. The last one we managed to complete the doubles. 12, 60, 50 minutes. Okay. Very good. Very good. Samuel, hello. Hello. Bonjour. Right. Oh dear. It's time to open up the box, I think. That's my thinking. So I'm going to turn off the face cam, wander round to there, and we'll get started. So this could be, yeah, this could be, yeah. So, okay, let's head round. Oh. The microphone, I might have to. So you see here, I'm talking in where I was sitting. I'm talking into the front of my microphone. I'm now going to turn it to a different setting. So now it should capture me at the same volume as here if I'm round the back. That's the hope anyway. And I've got nothing to get into this set with. So yeah. Can you see me? I don't know. Hello. Right. I've got a ruler. Oh, they made it tricky. There we go. Come on. Thank you. Alright, that's two done. I want to snap the ruler. I like this ruler. I'm gonna go on a hunt for a pair of scissors. I should have prepped this, you know. Right, I have found a pair of scissors. There's usually oh dear, is this, you know, the feeling of regret has come back, you know. Let's see what the chat's doing. Right. Samuel went to the Eiffel Tower this year. Bellring and Josh, I've got Notre Dame to build. Well, you know, feel free to have a build while we're doing this. You can keep us updated as to how you're doing. Right. that's that side. It's still sealed. I've had this for a good few months now, actually since my birthday. So I've been I've had time to plan what's going to happen, or what I would like to happen. As to whether that actually happens is a different matter. Right, we need to turn this over a little bit now. Oh, right. That feeling of regret has come back again. Right. I think that is all of the sellotape. So I'll turn the box around so you can see what it's like on the back. There we go. Right, no, it needs to go over here. There we go. So you've got pictures, and you've got parts. So there are 3 parts. There's like that section, and I'm really hoping that they've divided this up relatively simply and relatively equally in terms of pieces. But I think they might have done, you know. So you've got the first part, which is like there down. Then you got that. Then you got that. But to try and divide this into 3 streams and trying to divide everything into thirds will just confuse me unnecessarily. So there we go. There's writing on the side, but it's in French, which makes sense. But yeah. Oh no. Does it have it in another language this side? Oh, actually, I think it might. This side of the box, does it have it? Yes, it has it in English. There is an attraction, and this is by Gustave Eiffel himself. There is an attraction and a charm inherent in the colossal that is not subject to ordinary theories of art. The tower will be the tallest edifice ever raised by man. Will it therefore be imposing in its own way? Let's hope so. Now, the next question is, how do we get into this thing? Aha! Okay, right. It's got 3 parts inside. Okay. Right, I think we're going to have to turn it round long ways. Actually, no, I will get the boxes out and put them on the table. I think that's our plan. Because they are, in effect, the same size as this outer box. And they're numbered boxes 1, 2, and 3. So I'm hoping that is the order in which we build them. I'm hoping. So I put that up there. That's probably not a good idea. I've got too many wretched ropes in this room. Right. So, yes. They are in order. 1, 2, and 3 is the order in which we build them. So for the moment, it's going to look a bit silly because we're going to have to build them the wrong way round. Let me get this box out of this room, if it will fit through the door, that is. Right. Yes, so there are 3 boxes. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. Right. So, shall we get started with box 1? So, like, box 1 in itself is bigger than what we would usually do in an entire New Year's live stream. It's just huge. This thing is 5 feet tall. That's a point. Will it actually fit in the room when it's built? I need to get my... Hold on, I've got a tape measure. So it's how tall? 149 centimetres. Yeah, it does just about fit. Right. Oh dear. Right. Oh, I've got notifications. Oh, that's someone I have not sent a link to this live show to. Right, are we ready, ladies and gentlemen, to start the building? Oh my lord. Oh, and if anyone is wondering where I'm recording this, put it into perspective. I don't know, actually, will you be able to see it? No, you won't. The mini ring is kind of here. It's a, you know, so yes, we're in close proximity to the world's best mini ring. I say that in jest, but I am of the opinion that it is. So, but I am slightly biased. So there we go. Right, let's get back to where we were. Okay. I am back. Oh, no, that's what I've just remembered. Hold on. Needed to check. Yes. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Right. Okay. Oh, so I've missed a lot in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm on my way. Right. Hi from Cambridgeshire. I am Josh Ringer Josh. Hello. From hello to Cambridgeshire. Gosh, it's massive. You are the best spelling. Everyone says I don't agree, but I'm very grateful for the comment. What's your favourite tower throughout England? Oh, Christchurch, Hampstead, St Paul's Cathedral. Who you've rung there? Great Baddow. I've rung a peal at Great Baddow. They are very good. Sunderland Minster. Never heard that as a York Minster. I'd say York Minster are probably my favourite tower in terms of sound. Thank you very much, Bellringer Josh. This might be the biggest Lego model I've seen. As far as I'm aware, it is currently the biggest Lego set in the world. Well, I should say it. How is it? How Jeremy Clarkson says it. He says it's the best Lego or the biggest Lego set, pause, in the world, or something like that. Redcliffe are my favourite. Yeah. So, how do we get into it? Ah, there's tape down here. Right. Question is, here we go. They've got plastic bags. Just in case that that means anything. That feeling of regret has come back. That's a point. We haven't seen the instruction booklet yet. Does it come? I suppose it must come in there. Oh, it's all falling out. Right. Is that the instruction booklet? It's like Christmas all over again. Yes. There's instruction booklet number 1. They've even put book 1. Book 1. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That feeling of regret's back. Oh no. It's so. Oh no. Right. Is this going to be a good idea? Hold on. Right. Let's be logical. I think logic here could be quite handy. Take everything out of the box. I think let's just have a look. Ooh. Lego.com/sustainable packaging. Ah, they got paper bags. They've got paper bags. Right. So let me just. I think what. Well, considering there's nothing to see on the tower cam, we're going to turn off That's how I can for now. And yes, we will read through this in a moment. There is Gustave Eiffel. Oh, it shows the build process. And I do wonder, when we built Notre Dame, we built it. Is this an architecture set? It is. When we built Notre Dame, we built it in the same order in which they built the real thing. And I wonder, are we going to build this in the same way they built the real thing? Oh, it used to have... Now it's just a flat observation deck. It used to have, like... I know it was built for the exhibition. Anyway, we will get back... Ah! Brick separator. I've got about 8 of those. So the first 18 bags create the base. 18 bags create the base. That is incredible. Is that what we're going to... Does this what this booklet... Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay, this might have to... We might need to do some real thinking. 18, yes. Just the base is 18 bags. Great Grandstand, Cambridgeshire. Isn't that's the 6, isn't it? It's like is it a 1300 weight 6? And they've got red, white, and green Sallies. The ends of the clapper flights are painted with patterns. They ring date touches. And it's where the Georges ring, I believe. Anyway, not that I stalk anyone. Bellboard, is very helpful for when you are looking at certain places. So, right. So, so this is interesting. We've got bags like this, which have got no numbers on. They're just plain bags. Then we've got numbers which have got bags on, which are like that. We've got a number of unnumbered bags. Which is interesting. Right. I'm gonna tip them out. Oh my lord, it's like a tsunami of Lego. Drop the box. Oh, that's something I need to do. Need to put the settings on the. I need to put the settings on the mic. Okay, the mic is back to how it was. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't tend to look at Bellboard unless I know something's happening. But if I know like I know if there's going to be like a peal of whatever, and I know someone in the band, then I will look. But other than that, I don't tend to look. Except on a except on a Sunday when Woodbridge, without fail, put up the fact that they've won for the morning Eucharist, and I have this. It annoys me. I don't know why it annoys me, but it annoys me that they use it. Effectively, they're using Bellboard as their tower register. Right. Oh, hold on. There are some pieces that are not in bags. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Aha. So we need bags 1 and 2 plus 4 big squares and 8 pallets. Woodbridge and their call changes. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but it really frustrates me. But they're just using it as their tower register and no one's, you know. I say nothing. Right. We need bag 1. See, there's another look. There's another bag of like non-numbered stuff. Actually, I'll put that in a separate place. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is bag 1. So, let me clear the workstation a little bit. So, and yes, before we, start, I should just say, we should later on have a visitor, a guest on the stream. It will be hopefully when he gets back, YouTube sensation Prof Moose, who he was in the 2022 stream. Fraser joined the 2023 stream. I don't think anyone joined the 2024 stream because we had all of these orbs, so it kind of kept us, covered. Anyway, yeah, we were kept company by spirits last year. Not that I'm completely insane, but there we go. Right. So we should hopefully be joined by YouTube sensation Prof Moose. Anyway, so we need bags 1 and 2. 1 and 2, 4 of the big squares, and 8 of these things. Right. Page 1. But they've got it numbered as page 18. But there we go. Page 1. Oh no. I've just realised. Right. So. I also remember from last year the amount of like I think what we'll do for the streamers, we'll put that over there, and we'll put the Lego along the top here. I remember from last year the sheer amount of like these bags we had like left was just stupid. So I'm gonna put them in the old box. Also being careful not to lose anything, but I've hoovered the floor. The floor is clean, so if we do drop anything down, we will yeah, see it. So right. First piece going in, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 4x4. No, a 2x2. Good start. Right. First piece. The first piece is on. Right. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. No. Right. First piece is on. Then we need 2 of those. Go along there. And then 2 more. Yes, and so here is the kind of trick that they've got, because you might be wondering, how on earth can you fit 10,000 pieces into this set? It's because they do things like this. You get one of these kind of things, whatever you want to call these. You see that? Yes, it's like a tiny little plate, and you need to put 3 of them on top of each other. See, and that's 3 pieces. And you know, builds this of like this, you can't see. It's all kind of hidden underneath. So yeah. So that's that. Then some more. I'm also cautious. I want to get everything really, really flat and not sticking up, because otherwise the whole tower is going to be on a wonk. Josh does have a lot of enthusiasm. I know that for sure. Right, now I need one of these long ones. Aha. Now we're into the next bag kind of thing. The next unnumbered bag. We need 2 of these. Oh no! Oh, oh no! Oh yes, and there's also, because it's Sunday, I was kind of toying about, should I upload a video? Should I not? You know. So I've decided on, yes, I am going to upload a video at the normal time of 6 o'clock. And it will go live on here, the stream, at the same time. So you don't need to flick over and watch the video. The video will play on the stream. I won't spoil where it is yet. It's a ring of 8. That's as much as I'll say. Right. We need this. Oh, these, I remember, these roll off in various directions, so much so that it's very difficult to keep track of them all. So, who rings at Woodbridge here? I don't know. No one. I don't think. They're a nice 8. It's just the blooming bellboard. Be careful not to lose any of these off the end of the table. Right. So, that's off to one side. Then we need this. It has these. Are the audio levels okay for everyone? Let me know if anything needs to be sorted. Right. Huh. This is... Audio is good. Good? That's always good. Right. Then, right. That's that. Then, one of these needs to have a... one in there. Two out the other end. And that goes into there. Maybe it... Yes, no, it does. That goes in there with two things sticking out. Go in. There we go. That. Step 3. Step 4. So I suppose what we're doing now is just constructing the base. You visited their tower once. So are you on Bellboard? Are you famous now for having rung at Blooming Woodbridge for morning Eucharist service? That goes in there. I'm already finding that these are not the world's easiest blocks to get in. Because if you get one side in slightly early, like if it's, as long as it needs to go in like that, if it goes in like that, it doesn't work. Right, so that's in there, that's correct. Right. It's like that. Good. Now, orange. Okay. Push through. Oh, would you look at that? It worked. Oh, now that is a surprise. And turn it over. Can't get the wretched thing in. There we go. Then we need these. Oh, I've taken a disliking to these. Right. And then that goes onto there. That onto there. And then same on the other side. Ooh. Can't get these. I can't seem to get these ones in. Go in there, but they don't like going in. There we go. Right. And then one more is these orange ones, which they say you need to leave sticking out. And then oh, well, ain't that clever? I think I got it the wrong way around though. Interestingly to note is Woodbridge is the home of, well, there are two RAF bases in Woodbridge, and if people want to know more about this, I can turn around and we can look at it a bit more detail. But Woodbridge is home to one of two RAF bases, and they're divided by a forest. The two RAF bases are called RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters. They're both now closed, but they were operational up until I think about 20 years ago. And there was an incident that occurred at these bases. Actually, no, it wasn't strictly at the bases. It was at the forest in between the two. It was called the Rendlesham Forest Incident, and it occurred on this day, the 28th of December, 45 years ago. Now, what occurred in the Rendlesham Forest is regarded to be Britain's Roswell. Now, if you don't know what Roswell is, so my other than bell ringing, and of course flying, my other hobby, interest, something I am. What? We're opening 2 more bags, but we haven't used these bits yet. Oh no. We're gonna run out of space. So, what occurred in the Rendlesham Forest incident? Yeah, so what happened in the Rendlesham Forest incident is, well, first of all, Roswell. So, I've got sidetracked. My passion, my interests, other than bells and flying, are things like the paranormal, and in particular, I have interest in something called crop circles and UFOs. And you're probably laughing now, which is fair enough. That's the response most people have. But there was an event in 1945, I think, in America called Roswell, and effectively what is claimed is that a craft, a object, something crashed in the desert at Roswell, which is a US Air Force base, and what crashed was this kind of, well, it's a complicated kind of thing, because I need 4 of those. There are differing reports as to what actually happened, but the generally accepted truth is that a craft crashed, and there were bodies inside it, and these bodies were taken back to the hospital and the army base for analysis, and they, how do I say it? They weren't human. They were humanoid, but yeah. Anyway, and that's kind of the most famous, if you will, kind of case in terms of what happened in Roswell, and a lot of things are kind of, what's the word? they're like compared to Roswell. And what occurred in Rendlesham Forest, just outside Woodbridge, on this day 45 years ago, was the Rendlesham Forest incident. And effectively, there are US Army personnel who claim that a craft was seen in the forest. It didn't crash. There are differing reports as to whether it landed. It was during the night, and there is a very famous recording, I suppose, by the deputy base commander, who was a relatively high-ranking colonel, and who was in charge of the base at the time this occurred. And he went into the forest during the night when this light was there, and he had a tape recorder, and he just like audio recorded what he was experiencing, and because he would then type it up for report, and that became known as the Holt Memo, and his name is Colonel Charles I. Holt. And this recording and this memo has become really, really famous in the world of, and they call it the world of ufology. Yeah, it explains that there's like light and there's a beam of light, and there are various, there's gate or like low-ranking army officials who saw the light come into the forest, and they were at the gate of this base. It's called East Gate, and I've been to it. It's quite nice. Anyway, yeah, they kind of saw this light come down, and they went over to investigate. They called, and it actually started on Boxing Day, and that was the first night, and something happened, and they reported it and left it at that. And then 2 days later, whatever it was came back, and they went to the base commander and said it's back. And 2, 3, 4, 5. There it goes. It's back. So this base commander thought these personnel were playing jokes on him, and went out himself to investigate, and then experienced it himself. So he couldn't really, make it up. How do I put this down? Like that. So, yeah. And it's absolutely fascinating to look into, as are crop circles. I could talk about them for hours. Right, what I will do, so that's where we are now. If I just twizzle around, go on to here. Right. So, hold on a moment. I can talk to you about Rendlesham Forest a bit, because it's actually fascinating. And since we're talking about Woodbridge, it's quite apt. So, right. Rendlesham Forest incident. So that's East Gate. So that's where they first saw the lights, and that's actually facing into the base. But they would have been looking towards the camera and out towards the forest. So this is the base commander, Charles I. Halt. The Rendlesham Forest incident was a series of reported sightings of unexplained lights near Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk in December 1980, which became linked with alleged UFO landings. Now, as to whether it actually landed is questionable, but they found things like high levels of radiation at the point where they saw the light. They took soil samples and they were packed with radiation, and there were trees which were burnt really, really high up, which no human could really get to, especially not at night. And USAF personnel, including Deputy Base Commander Holt, claimed to have seen things he described as a UFO. The occurrence was the most famous of alleged UFO events to have happened in the United Kingdom. It is among the best known reported UFO events worldwide. It's been compared to the Roswell UFO incident in the United States and is sometimes called Britain's Roswell. And then, of course, there's the Ministry of Defence said that whatever happened posed no threat to national security, and this is a kind of cheat, and therefore they never investigated it. And then obviously there are people who have tried to explain it away, saying it was the nearby lighthouse and stuff. And yeah, so it's absolutely fascinating. But as parts of it, that's where they claim it happened. That's questionable because there are multiple landing sites, they say, and there's actually a movie that came out earlier this year called Capel Green, and that's a picture of Capel Green, and that was one of the landing sites, but there were two, or two alleged landing sites. And then you've got like letters to the Ministry of Defence from the base commander. Yeah, so which is quite good. But like, there's a recording of the tape that he made during the investigation, which is absolutely fascinating to listen to. Let me see. I wonder if I can play it. You see, this is what happens when you get me talking about Woodbridge. It's fascinating.
150.
Right. Yes, it does work. I will mute my microphone so there's no echo.
150 feet or more from the initial, I should say, suspected impact point. Having a little difficulty, we can't get the light all to work. Seems to be some kind of mechanical problem. Let's send back another light on.
Yes, so they had these things, and they effectively they call them light alls, and they're actually like big lights, and they run on generators, and none of them would work when they got into the forest, but when they took them back to the base, they all worked. So that was another.
Meantime, we're going to take some readings at the geyser cutter and chase around here a little bit, wait for another light all to come back in. Still enough? That's a good control. Yes, that's more than odd number.
This recording's 17 minutes long, so I'm not going to play you the whole thing, but I'll play you the most interesting part. It goes quiet for a little while. There's a...
Off the trees. This is the picture, your first picture. Oh, more briefly. Interesting, that's right, where you're taking the sample now. Okay, get focused on it, tell me when. Red light. Looks to be out maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out.
I hope it's the primary bit in all this.
The pieces of it are shooting off left center. It's like a pupil of an eye. Look, moves about a bit and directly south. Now it's dying. Now it's dying. Now it's coming up. Hold up. What is it? We don't know, sir. So can I get some? Once we are focused in, tell me when you're ready.
I won't get into it now because I don't want to bore you all. But effectively, there was that event, and that happened at Woodbridge. But he recorded it all in person, and it's an interesting one because skeptics would claim it was something called the Orford Ness Lighthouse on the coast, and which has since been destroyed. Well, I say destroyed. They took it down because it was going to fall into the sea, and they claim that the lights they saw were the lighthouse. And I mean, the lighthouse had been there for however many hundred years, and this base, you know, they knew what lighthouse light was, and this was very different. But yeah, so that's what happened at Woodbridge. That's what happens when you get me on the topic of Woodbridge. So yeah. Anyway, moving on before I bore you all. I hope you found that interesting. Right. Then this. Connects onto there, apparently. Yes, it does. Right. Then oh, it's getting bigger. Hi, another bell ringer here. Hello. Welcome. Interestingly, we had it last year. I think we had one of these blocks last year. We are yet to see a 4x2, which is my favourite block. Block which looks a bit like that. We're yet to see that. So I wonder if they will include it in this build. I have an awful suspicion they won't. Right. So then we need one of these. Do we set this to one side or? I suppose so. I'll put this over there. Oh yeah, let me know if you see anything like rolling away and rolling off, because I might not have spotted it. Right, now we got one of these base plates. We need 4 of these, 4 of these. Right. Ah! We've got our brick separator. Hopefully we won't need it, but there we go. Okay. Aha. No, I can't do that. Right. Space is going to be a problem this year. Now that is one corner. And you might be thinking, well, I mean, this isn't too bad. You've got one there, one there, one there, one there. No, this is 1/4. You do this, and then you build a middle bit, and then that again, then the middle bit, then that again, then a middle bit, and that again. So this is like, yeah. Oh my god. The feeling of regret is overwhelming. So oh. No, it doesn't have those here. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yes, that's right. What? Just as I suspected, we've now got to do this 4 times or 3 more times. Yay! Isn't that just fantastic? Not. Right. Back to the start then. Are they all identical? Yeah, they would be. That is one. I'm going to put this over here. Right. Shall I try and build 2 at the same time? No, I think that might just confuse us all. Right. So. Cheeky piece counting exercises. So, what is everyone's favourite tower in the UK? Let's get some conversation going. Yes, and then later on we will be joined by Prof. Moose. Now I got the fiddly bits, which I can't seem to ever get the hang of. Ugh. Go on. Right. Save us having to go back and forth. I am going to try and do two at the same time. This might be a big mistake. Prepare yourself for a massive muck up. Right. Let me just want to. Ugh. Right. Okay. Well, we're here. We might as well do the last one. Black square, where are you? Where are you hiding? There you are. Right. So. Okay. Right. There we are. I presume we need 4 of these, or 3 more of these. Right. William James, hello. Hill, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Then we need to do everything in 3s. What am I building? I am building the Eiffel Tower. 10,001 pieces. Which is just stupid. Big mistake. The feeling of regret, I mentioned it at the start of the stream, it's just this really deep feeling of regret. Oh. Seem to have a problem getting these on. It's getting like this onto there. You've got like 4 pins you need to line up, and it's only when they all line up that it works, but really hurting my hands. I can't grip it because it's so small. Go in, go in, go in. Oh, there we go. Right. Then oh no. All of these difficult ones have to come off again. go a long one. Hold on a minute. Yeah. And then that goes on to there. Yeah. Right. Are you on about Legos when you say that? Touching my hands, it's so small. Yeah, it's these little pins. They're like... No, that is right. What? That one's right. That one isn't. There we go. So now they should all line up. Yes, they do. Good. Right. Okay, that's on there. They've got those two pins out there. Then we need more of these. They kind of go over there. Right. Ow. That hurt. So. And it needs a pins through there. I suppose that would work. Hold that all together. There we go. Right. Then they will need to turn around. Ah, where do we put... Oh, yeah, no, that is right. I panicked for a minute. Right. My hands are already hurting. There we go. So that's in there, that's in there, that in there. Need to do the same on these sides. In there. In there. Ouch. Go in. Okay. That one. I just can't. These like snapping bricks, which they're so small, and the like the pins which go into the next block are. I mean, my hands are already red on the ends because it's just so. You know. Why does that keep falling off? Right. So this is where this comes into play. And this sits like that. Does it not? Yes, it does. Ah. We need. How long do I think it would take to build? I've worked out it should take us up until about my prediction is 8 o'clock ish on New Year's Eve with 10-hour streams per day. That's my prediction. So if it gets to 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve, and either we're already done or we're nowhere near done, we'll find out whether I was on track, on target. Right. Okay. That's 3 kind of corners done. Then they all need these. And then I wonder if maybe we can get some kind of assembly line going. Williams Brothers UK. I'm back again. Hello. Welcome back. We've got a bit of an assembly line going on here. Okay. Huh? Do we need... Ah, right. We open bags 3 and 4. So we continue. I got confused for a minute. Right. Then we need... that there. That there. There. That there. That there. There. Then... Okay. That on there. Aha, and then... I get the impression that I should be watching like some like overly French film like Ratatouille or something, or The Hunchback of Notre. Well, you should have watched Hunchback of Notre Dame last year. So we've got all of these. We've got 2 more. No, 1 more. And it creates these like that. And then they all have 2x2s around them. But yeah. So, oh, and then blue on this looks quite French, like the red, white, and blue. Actually, it looks more British. Does it really matter which two they go on? I suppose so. There has to be logic in all of this. You're doing so well at YouTube and keep it up. Number one fan here. Oh, that's very kind. Right. And these go on to here. Yes. Right. Correct. And then what? Ah. And then that. So. Any 12-barrel striking competitors here? I don't know. Certainly not me. I ring on 12 very rarely. Okay. Aha, then we're back onto and this is where I think it's all going to start slowly coming together and slowly kind of falling into place. I have watched videos of other people building this and the kind of style you do it in and the kind of how you do it, and it's quite clever. But I've seen a lot of people, they build a leg and then they get up to kind of just before they join with the first viewing platform, and they fall down until it's one of the kind of like not problems with it, but because there's nothing to support it, they don't hold their own weight. So we have to might have to kind of prop them up or do something until we can hold them up. But fingers crossed they'll hold. And I have a feeling what we're doing now is we're building the bases of each of the legs, but as far as I can tell, the base is kind of they have little stone plinths which it sits on. So yeah. That's these. And then they go onto there. Yes, except for these ones in the corner. So we've got 4 pins left over. Normally you do have some spare blocks. Right, and then these all kind of sit onto here. Yeah. I'm just looking at the one we've already done. Right. Okay. Them onto there, them onto there. Okay, and then this is where they all start forming together. But we will do this after a short break. I need the loo. So, yes, give me 5 minutes. And don't worry, the screen is not going to go blank. It's not going to go quiet. I've got plans. I've been planning for this. This is all in my, you know. I'm not as thick as people think I am. I have planned this very, very well indeed. So I will see you all in 5 minutes after I pop to the loo. So I will see you in a bit. And while I'm gone, you get to enjoy some very special audio. Right, see you in a bit. I'm back. Good, good. Aylsham. Do I ring there? Huh. How do I... How can I put this without saying something I regret? Officially, it is my home tower. We'll leave it at that. All will be revealed in March. Don't worry, or possibly before, if what's in the planning comes off. The exposure will occur. Right. So we've now got. I think he does that. You don't ring there weekly. No, I don't. So, but officially it's my home tower. So we've got these 4 kind of corner legs, and this is where the pyramids will be built up, where the legs will sit on. But they all need to be joined. And obviously they don't join together like this. So we need to build middle pieces to join them all together. So these are going to go and be set off to one side while we build the next portion of the build. Need a drink. When in March? On or around the 8th. So, we need bags, and there's a very good reason for that. We need bags 5 and 6. 6? 5. Right, let's go. We're en route. All good. We are. What's the word I'm looking for? We are on track. Thank you. This is what I'm looking for. Right. I'm just preparing. I'm just contacting Prof Moose, because he is our special guest and he will keep us company, hopefully, during today's stream. Why on the 8th? Is there a reason? Yes, there is a very good reason. Right, bag 5. Right, bag 5 is empty. We need bag 6, I believe, as well. We've got... Do I have a dish or something? Huh. Yeah, I've got a jar. So, right, so for Christmas, we came into possession of a jar of nuts. It's not your normal jar of nuts because they taste like pigs in blankets. They're pigs in blankets nuts. From Selfridges. They were very nice. Hence the empty jar. But we can use the lid to put our spare pieces in. There we go. See? There is logic in my madness. Ooh, there's another little bag. Got a little bag again. Ah, we're going to need to open the little bag. Why the 8th? Oh, I've read that already. Yeah, no, there is lots of reasons behind it. It all surrounds an individual. Right. Oh, it's those little blooming pin things. I can't stand them. Right. We need... Ah, so we're doing... Right, so what we're building now, we're doing by 4. So, if we do this... If we think about this logically, we could probably do 4 at the same time. That's my thinking. Right. So we need 4 of these. And they all have these wretched pins in the end, which I can't ever get in. Separated by 2. They are very painful. I wonder if you can get special Lego building gloves which just save your fingertips from torture. Ah, so interestingly, in the first section we had these same pins. We had 4 left over. Now we don't have any left over. How very peculiar. Right. You might be wondering, you can't actually see red in the end product, in the completed build. So all of this, what we're building now, you can't actually see. So we'll never see it again, which is a shame. But all of this pain, all of the pain I'm going through to do this, never get to see them again. Oh, right. So now we need 4 of these squares. In total, 12 of these. Got a notification. Important. Right, I've got 12 of these. 1, 2, 3. 3 per row. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9. 12. There we go. And they sit like that. No, they don't sit like that. You said too. No, they don't. Oh, they sit like that. Oh, that makes sense. Wondering. That didn't seem right. Luckily, they're very easy to change around. Okay, and then they go onto there. Okay. I need a haircut. Just seen myself. Need a haircut. So as I thought, most, and this is where I think, because if you weren't at the start of the stream, here at the start of the stream, I explained kind of the timing and the reason this is 4 days and not 5 days and various different things, and I kind of settled on that because everything has to be done effectively 4 times for each side. My favourite block has appeared for the first time this build. Can you see it? There we go. 4x2. We've got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got it. Yes, so because we have to do everything, as far as I can make out, 4 times, it means, I'm hoping that will mean we can do things like this and build 4 at the same time and help kind of keep the speed up. That's my plan. That's my thinking. As to how well that turns out will be a very different matter. Okay. Right. Well, from what I can make out, these bases are going to be incredibly strong. Very strong indeed. They need to be. Michelle's back. Are you gonna hang bells from it when you finish? No, sadly not. Although, I'm pretty sure the top portion of the tower was designed to be a campanile, to have bells. I'm gonna have to Google this just to make sure, but I am 99% sure that it was designed to have bells. Eiffel Tower bells. I could have sworn. Ah, I found a site. The public stops. Right. So this was written and translated, obviously recently, but it was written in 1889 for the Expo in Paris, and that's what the Eiffel Tower was built for. It was built for the exhibition in Paris. It says the public stops at the third platform. Above this, various rooms have been reserved for scientific experiments and for a small private flat that Mr. Eiffel intends to live in sometimes. This end part of the tower is formed by four lattice caissons oriented along the diagonals of the square section of the tower. These arches support the lighthouse, which can be accessed by people in charge of the lighting service via a small winding mounted staircase in the middle of the metal arches. 3 laboratories are installed in this bell tower. So they refer to it as a bell tower. Then they talk about the lamps. Then the flag. That's all they say. That's all they refer to. 3 laboratories are installed in this bell tower. They refer to it as a bell tower. And they refer to it as a campanile. The annoying thing is that there's a hotel next to the Eiffel Tower called the Campanile, which just confuses things. So the short answer is likely no. I don't know. The design was very different early on. So, right. So, I can't see him having a flat next to a bell tower. Well, I don't know. It depends if he likes bells or not. Maybe the word bell is used to describe the shape. I suppose it is kind of bell shape. Right. Turn it over. Then, okay, we need these. And they have these on there. And we repeat. So, get these glasses adjusted as well. They're sliding down my face. Right, and then these go. How many do we need? Oh, 2 for each. You've got to take Mother Dearest on her walk. Ciao for now. See you later. I look forward to you returning. Right. And then these sit, as far as I can tell. Oh, hello. Like that. Space is rapidly becoming a problem. Aha, this is where these come on. So they sit like that, and there, that, and there, and that in there. Right. We've got some spare pieces again. These pieces sit in between the four what's the word I'm looking for? The four. I have no clue. Right, so there are no missing pieces. That's all done. Those will be used, I presume, yes, at a later date. So this is where my logic is coming in again. We can't build it here. It's way too big. It won't fit here, but it will fit on the table, which I have now cleared. Right. So, my logic, my plan, is to build it on there. Just trying to see what will work, because then you'll get an idea of how big this is going to be. Right? So, without further ado, I'm going to shuffle over to there. That's my plan anyway. So, let me shuffle over, but I'm going to have to put my microphone onto that setting. There we go. Right, so we're going to need over there, I'm just looking, we're going to need the four base corners. Take my glasses off, they're falling off. Right. We're going to need our four kind of corners. Now, I've measured this. There is logic in my thinking. I've measured this table, and this is why we got it. It came into our possession. It is 50 centimetres square. The build is 55 centimetres square. So there's going to be the tiniest of tiny overhangs. Right? But other than that, it should work. Is my thinking, is my logic. So this is kind of where it's all kind of, the pieces are all joining up, as they say. Right. I'm going to need, getting absolutely frozen. Give me one moment. Okay. Got my dressing gown. There's no point doing this if I can't be comfortable, you see. Right. My dressing gown is on, albeit it's very small. Right, so those are the four corners. As you can see, they're kind of, I've spaced them out slightly more. Is everything okay? Let me just check with chat. I think it's okay. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger for you. There we go. Right, and then we've got the four things we've just made, which I will now take over, if it doesn't fall apart. Right. Yes, they all fell apart, despite the fact I was carrying them all. Right, okay, back to the drawing board. This is kind of, so you see now kind of how they lie and where they're sitting. How did they go? I'm just reconstructing them all. Right. So you can see how they do kind of fit together. Vaguely like that, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay. So they sit together a bit like that. Now, let me just check the instructions. Black ones line up. Aha, okay. Right. So then, in theory, aha. Are they meant to line up with one block gap? Yes. Okay. Oh, my knees hurt. Right. Okay, that fits in. So then we need to slide this up. Aha. So you know all of those orange pins that we were kind of pinning in, and they were hurting to put together. Well, they all line up perfectly. To create, and then you push them all together, and they lock in. Together. As far as I can tell, so far, so good. Despite the fact my knees hurt like mad. Right, next. See, they just keep falling apart. Hoping this is not a recurring theme. That's in, right. And then this has to slide in there. So that goes in there. That needs to go in. Lock down. Okay. I'm pressing it all down to make sure that there's no bits sticking up. I'm making it uneven. No, we're all good. Right, and now all of these should oh, where's my brick separator? There it is. Gonna need this. They're very, very stiff to get in. Now, some are easy and some are really, really stiff. Oh. Pressing so hard, my hands are not going in. All together correctly, isn't it? Yeah. They say they should lock in. I've got one section in. Yeah, no, that is right. I had this awful feeling I just mucked something up. That's one in. That's that one in. That's that one in. Go in. Don't be awkward. Thank you. Yeah, so if it's just a millimetre out, they won't go in. So at least we know that if they go in, it is bang on level. Good. That's 2 sides in. No, 3 sides in. 2.5 sides in. there we go. So that is the size of what my hand is the size of one corner. That's an incredible size. Right. We haven't finished, however, because I believe over here go in like that. Yeah, they're all in. Right. Then you push all of the things in, which I've done. Then we need to make a middle section. Hold on. Right. Need to make this middle section. So this is the centerpiece of that base. No spare pieces. That sits in the center of our board. So back over to the board, or to the building section. And this should sit in the middle. Good. What I will do is so it's easier for you to see. I will take a picture of baseboard, and then you can see the picture. Right. Okay. Aha. Microphone back onto the normal setting. Webcam back on. Right. We've still got our trusty brick separator. So, the board. That is what it looks like. So we've got, you know, it's progress. Progress is making moves. We've now got the base, and I can see roughly the size it's going to be. Yeah, this. I've made a mistake. That's all I can say. Right. So you see at the base now. There is a lot of. Is my head being chopped off from the? Oh, hold on a minute. My head is not being chopped off. Now it is. Is it now? No, we're okay. You'll see at the base there's lots of red and blue and what colour's that? Brown? Sand colour. There's a lot of that, and that now needs to be kind of cleared up from or covered up with paths and trees and such, because underneath, in the middle, on the base, underneath the tower, there is trees and lampposts and benches and things like that. That's the plan. So we now need bags. Seven. And seven and eight. 7 and 8. That's 7. On a hunt for number 8. Is that number 8? Number 9. There's number 8. Huh. Bag number 8 is just the same block. Funny. Right. Ah. 7 and 8 plus 12. Yes, 12 of these plates. And I presume they're all made the same. Does anyone in the chat know how many bags there are in total? Move that up slightly. Covering up everything. There we go. How many bags there are in total? Actually, this is probably something Google could tell me. So we've now got right. And they're all meant to be this way. Right. So this is going to be this section where we're preparing all of these faceplates is going to be a particularly dull portion of the build. Because they all have two of these blankers. Oh, they're so smooth. Oh, you can press them down as hard as you can and you can't feel any pain. Aha. They all get placed down on there. I'm going to wait to place them down on there because otherwise I'm going to have to keep getting up and getting down again. Right. Right. Two, 4, 6, 8, 16. Yeah. Ah. Then we need to build over there. Right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See you later. Right. We need... They all go over there. They go to there. Right. Okay. Right. Let's, for a start, take these over. So those go over and then they sit on there with the blanks facing out. Correct. Right, and then we'll come back and regroup. Right up to there. Okay, that works. Good. Good. Okay, and then I've got 4 more. How do they sit? Okay. Oh, this is fantastic. There's now bags everywhere. Epic. Right, so I put these onto here. And these 4 don't have them. Oh, Ollie, did you have a good Christmas? Hello, Graham. Yes, I did. It was a very good one. I hope you also had a good Christmas. I saw your court appeal on Christmas morning. And then we should have 16. Yes, we do. Right. So then, these go on there. And then we'll have to regroup again. Because that requires some logic. Oh yes, Graham, there's been no paranormal activity so far. But then again, I'm in a different location, so there we go. Ah, it's first quarter you've rung on Christmas Day. I rang a quarter on Christmas Day. In. Hold on, let me. I need to change the thing back. Yeah, I rang a quarter on Christmas Day last year, and we rang Christmas Day Bob Minor, which was most confusing. Oh, I've just taken that over there now. I don't know what I mean. 16 and 4. 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Right. Now this has got a very particular way it goes on. Ah, hold on. That makes sense. This is the center bit. Then we need to do these 4 outer middle bits. Alright, that's the center done. Now we need the rest of them to build similar kind of looking designs for the other bits. Probably linked to the Norfolk property. Yes, yeah, I think it probably was. I think that's where it all kind of stemmed from. I can't remember what you said when you visited. What you thought about the energy of the place, and when we did the cat balls and the knock and stuff. I can't remember what your thoughts were on that. Need to be very careful not to drop any. I thought we'd stick to St. Nicholas being so great. Yes, St. Nicholas is a fine method. I'll take these across and I'll come back for those in a bit. Right. So, let me come back for the without dropping any on the floor. It was a positive energy. Yeah, I've always thought it was quite positive, but just there was always something there. It always felt, you know, it feels weird to say, but it always feels like I wasn't particularly alone. Right. So all of the designs for each section here they're all relatively similar to the middle bit. My knees are going to thank me for this. I'm just trying to do this bit as quickly as possible so none of you are left out. then okay, that was the last of that, and then I think what we have to do is just fill everything in. Yes. Except those two. This is all Legos trying to get in as many possible pieces as possible. Bad English. As many pieces as possible. They could have made these strips of 2x4s and instead they made them all single 4x4s. Right, with 2 pieces left over, that's all like that. And then centerpiece, and then it's those. We thought we... Okay. There should be 16. 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Good, good. Haven't lost anything so far. Again, these could have all been 2x4s. But no, gotta get the piece count up. Right. That goes on there. Right. I'm in the ringer. Hello, Graham. Aha. Not for me. It's 2, 4, that should be 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Good. I know what's coming next. All of these lock, so we're going to have to open more bags. But we've now got, as you can see, the fauna. We've got to build some fauna. That's the plan, anyway. Fluid left. Is him back? No. It's fauna time, ladies and gentlemen. Bags 10 and 11 plus those 4 green. Yes, so as you can see, there most of the base is complete. We've got the 4, I can't think of the word again, bits where the legs will sit there, correct. And then we've got the walkways, so that like sandy colour is the walkways. And those red, white and blue bits in the 4 middle squares will be covered up by these, which create the fauna. So, all of this is done times by 4. Just to make, you know, everything fantastic. We need bags 9 and 10. There's bag 9. There's bag 10. So as you can see, it's starting to become quite fauna-y. Is that right? Is that a word? Fauna-like. Anyway. Right. These look like they're going to roll away. I remember these pieces. These, same kind of thing, building trees and stuff for the Notre Dame set. So, get the impression this is going to be fiddly. Okay, so we've got. So that is in effect what we're building for each of these sections times by 4. So it looks like a little shrub. That is what we're doing. I have a feeling this is going to be the stage where I lose a piece. So I'm hoping Lego have thought this through and have made or given us an extra piece. That's my hope. Clock's running a little bit slow. I'm going to put all of these middle bits in first because they're just difficult and fiddly. There are the correct amount. Right. Right. depending on how it goes and the, how do I put it, the busyness of the chat. It's really, my English skills are not on point today. How busy the chat is. If there's not much chatting going on, then I have options to keep myself occupied whilst building. While you watch a movie. Obviously I can't play it on the stream because of copyright. But I could listen to the movie. But you'll still be able to see me, and I'll still be able to read the comments, and you'll still hear me and all of that. Just depends how busy and, you know, how active the chat is. Ow. So I was going to watch Harry Potter, but then I thought, no, surely I should watch Harry Potter while I'm building a Harry Potter set. Right. And these all go into here. And these all have these bits sticking around them. Hello in the chat. Bonjour. What does that say inside? 2016. The Lego Group. 2016. These blocks are nearly 10 years old. So, Ah. So those go down. Then those go into the right. Ah. Oh. Right. Back round to the building side. I think, yes. Yeah. Right. Okay, so then these sit in there. They're doing very well. Goodness, it does need pressing down. Okay. So then these bits go there. Facing out along the thingy-madoodles. Okay, and then, oh, my back, pain. And then, oh, seriously? Yes, right. But, as I said earlier on, I know what is coming next. And I know all around there. In the middle. Right. Okay. I know what's coming next, and I also know that we're going to be building trees. And these are the little benches, you see. We're going to be building trees and lamp posts. And you're able to see now the kind of size this is going to be. Put it into perspective, my hand covers one of these corners. Then 3 more of them. And all of these inner sections. Each plant area is the size of my hand, so it's like absolutely stupid size. Right. There we go. Oh. Oh. Hands are in shreds. So I need a drink. Who is in the chat? Let me know. Who do we have? We've got 2 little bits of fauna left. Right. I could have sworn we're building trees. We're not. We're going to start building a pyramids. Which they sit on. Ah, the trees come last. Okay. The trees come last. Good, good. Right. $11 and $12. 11. And 12. There we go. Let's get a Prof Moose update. said he'd be back before 4. Which he's not. So he made a Christmas video yesterday. Did anyone see it? Did anyone see Prof Moose's Christmas video? Okay. So now, what we're now building is now going to start being seen on the build. So, like these bits of pyramid, you'll actually be able to see these, whereas the majority of what we've done so far is hidden underneath the flooring. I'm opening them very slowly because I don't want to spill anything. Or indeed, leave anything in the bag. Right. Okay. What we're building now, we need to do twice. Okay. I've already done it wrong. Okay. Right. See, here is more senseless piece counting. because put that. On those corners. And then they've got that, that, and that. So that is 3 blocks. So they're being very, very crafty as to how they're counting. Some of these things. This is getting rather complex. Max the Ringer. What's this thing about Matishal? What do you mean? I'm confused. I mean, at least these blocks are bigger. So I can... What's this thing about Matishal? I haven't mentioned Matishal today. Do you ever think of ringing somewhere in North London? Don't know. I don't tend to go to North London that much. I need to do that again. Like, did you ring there the other day when those people didn't want to ring in your quarters? Oh, that. No, I didn't go because I've already rung at Matishal and the people in question had agreed to ring in a quarter-peeled day. And then when they found out the towers, they weren't happy with the towers and started saying, we need to go to Matishal. When the band, other than those two, did not want to go to Matishal. For the very simple reason, myself included, that we would have worn ourselves out ringing at Matishal and then not been able to ring at the other towers. And then additionally, the individuals in question then said, well, I've already rung a quarter at one of those towers, so don't want to do it again. And then they started saying politics was involved, but refused to hear the politics. So it was all fundamentally biased, very, very flawed, and I can't be doing with people like that. when someone goes to the trouble of arranging a court appeal day, they're not the easiest things to arrange. At the very least, you could be grateful. So I couldn't be bothered. I've rung enough quarters this year. I could do without some extra ones, especially at really, really rough tower to start the day. Right, I'll put them in there. That's like that. Okay, set that to a side. Also, have you rung at East Harling? No, I haven't rung at East Harling. From all accounts, they're a relatively standard aid. The front two of which came from St John de Sepulchre in Durr Street, and the back six of St John's went to Erpingham. Having rung a number of quarters at Erpingham, I would like to ring one of the front two at East Harling. But there we go. Have you ever rung at Quiddenham? Spectacular aid. Really, really rough. But they're the heaviest ring of bells in a round tower. And as far as I'm aware, I think they're the only ring of 8 in a round tower. Anyway, back to building. Yes, I have. Yes, yeah. I quite like Quiddenham. For the experience, but they are rough. Turn it over. And there are 4 strips underneath. Oh. That goes on to there. This is very interesting. I don't know what we're building here. Hey Ollie, I'm back. Hello Owen, welcome back. Welcome back. Ah, I've got to do this twice. Right. Surprised how you just sit there all day and do this. It's not easy. I mean, I want to be out and doing something because I've been out most of the year. So to actually sit down and just do one thing is actually quite pleasant, albeit that I'm missing evening ringing tonight, a court appeal. Practice night on Tuesday. Yeah, so I'm missing quite a bit of ringing to do this, but that's okay. So there we go. Anyway, and then need brown there. flip it over. Ringing a lot is fun, but I can sit at home. All day coding my bowing game. Fair enough. Ollie, have you? What was the longest pill you've rung? Not that long. I think it's probably about 3:15. 3 hours 15, I think. My shortest peel was 1 hour 46, which was quite fun. And that was of superlative surprise major in Ipswich. Hello, welcome back again. You've added methods to your game. Very good. Very good. It was on a mini ring in Ipswich called the Woolery. But even for a mini ring, very, very quick. It had little to no hand stroke leads. There were no gaps. So yeah, it was certainly an experience. It was quite good fun. Because like most quarters are like 50 minutes. And then, or 45 to 50 minutes. And then this peel was effectively 2 long quarters, but it was a peel, which is quite good. I've rung at the Woolery. Did they have red sallies then? They had red when I visited. Actually, I have a clip. Right, we're progress is being made on the thingy-madoodle. If I hold on. I can get a clip up of the audio from this long peel at, or I'll say long. I can get a clip up of this audio from peel at the Woolery. When not long ago. No, it was in like June, I think. Right. There we go. Right. quite fast. This is all. Stand. There we go. So that was the Woolery. Did you hear it? Yes, you could. Good. Yeah, so that was the Woolery. Very fast. But a very enjoyable peel. Really enjoyed it. What do you rate the bells at Beatley? Yeah, quite nice. Have I uploaded my Beatley video? I think I might have done. Let's have a look. Did I upload my Beatley video? Yes, I did. 2 years ago. Wow. Just makes me wonder. Because it's the back 3 that are awful, and the front 5 are actually really quite pretty. If they just cast all of them at the same time, it would have been a really pretty little 8. But now you've got this really sparky musical front end and then 3 buckets on the back. Just, yeah. Oh well. Anyway, that's that. Now we're back over the right way. Oh, yeah, it was the back 2 then. I wasn't sure if it was the back 3 or the back 2, because I know at Ash Hill, it's really, really obvious there. I think they're 2 trebles, then 2 middle bells, and then the back 4 are together, and you hear like da 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 da. You can hear the 3 different founders really, really clearly when they're in round, or at least I can. It's not even a bucket; it's a tingo. Yeah, it's a shame because they're really pretty, the front bells. So I mean, there's no local, there's no band there, so can't really justify doing anything. But if I had any kind of decision making there, I'd retire the back 2, hang them dead, because I have a feeling they're listed for preservation. Hang them dead above as like service bell and a clock bell or something. Well, actually, no, they don't have a clock, do they? A service bell and a hour bell if they want to add one. And then cast 2 new tenors, and then hopefully they'd match slightly better. Yeah, overall, actually, yeah, they're a nice 8. They go really well, strike really well, handle really well. But just the 3 different founders are really, really obvious. Band is John Swanton Morley at Ashell. Right. No word from Prof Moose, which is interesting. Maybe he's like died. Maybe he has ceased to be. He's gone to Beatley. Oh right. Fair enough. Right. Seriously? Oh no. Right, okay. Gotta do all of this again in a minute. We still haven't finished it. 1, 2. Right. On one of your streams, you should be using some virtual bellring games like My Game and other apps and stuff. I had planned to use virtual belfry because I've worked out how to connect it up to this computer and connect my dumbbell up to this computer. But yeah, it's going to be tricky because then because the computer which normally runs the dumbbell and simulator lives over there, but for it to work on the stream it has to go on the computer which is over there, and they're so like far apart. I'd need extension cables for a mouse so then I could actually start the thing off, so it's not worth it. Despite my dumbbell being the most quartered Norris dumbbell in the world, in the words of Jeremy Clarkson. Aha, that's where these come in. These tiny little like curvature corners. The detail in this is very good. And then these little grabber things. Do you prefer Gillets over Whitechapel, Ollie? Yes, I've got a soft spot for Gillets. Yeah, soft spot for Gillets. Right. Okay, we now need to make this, which is the base of one of the legs. We need to make this again out of this stuff. So, how many days is this going to build to bake? How many days is this build going to take? Well, I've worked it out. We should finish it at 8 o'clock ish. I'm gonna put the word ish there. It's 8 o'clock ish on New Year's Eve evening. That's my prediction. So, yeah. If you had a dumbbell, I know how to set up sensors. Yes. As do I. Everything works, it's just the logistics of connecting it to the computer, which I'm using to stream, is not really viable, which is a shame. But I do have plans to stream ringing in the future, so you shall be all made aware of this when the time comes in the post section, the post chat thing. You had both together are nice, like Hampstead. Hampstead are okay. Good. We need to make 2 of these again. Owen, are you still with Samuel? We're not together. Oh, right. Ringing. Thank you for the clarification. You just started a rumour there. Right. We got the quarter. Aha. Where are those things we built? Need to build 2 more. Ooh. Right. Okay. And then we're making a start on the I don't know what these are. I suppose these are little like information huts. It looks like they're windows. So turn it over. And these sit in there. Don't they? Yes, they do. I'll do it again. Ah! Right. Well, you see, we don't seem to have a prof loose. So I think it's about time we start a rumor of his sad demise. And then once it gets reported in the ringing world and he sees his own obituary, he might appear. And then he has prime he is in the prime position to use the best quote. Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Just letting the ringers know I can't actually make it tonight because I realised I hadn't told them. Right. And then that needs 2 of... Yeah. Okay. Good. Got these very pesky corner pieces. Ah. So, we're now building up these pyramids. Isaac, you started a rumour. Oh no. Right. Then these 4 corner bits. These bits in the middle. I've got an awful feeling, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to have to do all of this again. Sorry, have you got any pills planned for 2026? Yes. First peel of the year is on Saturday the 10th. And we're ringing it here. Well, there. And we're ringing Lincolnshire is the plan. Still no Prof Moose. I think he's died. Shall we all put RIP in the chat? RIP Prof Moose. Maybe I should send him some kind of message like saying, I've started a rumor that you've died, so join the stream so you can dispel this rumor. I've just had 5 hours sleep and I'm now shattered. Any suggestions to make it worse? Rip Prof Moose. There we go. We're getting it in the chat. Prof Moose has ripped. Oh, that didn't sound. To Louth, Lincolnshire on Tuesday. Oh yeah. The award for the stupidest weight tenor goes to Louth in Lincolnshire. Where the tenor is double the weight of the 7th. It's just a complete stupid. It's like some barrier. Someone commented, there was a post on Facebook the other day saying, I've just rung at some Barian. No, it was, I've just rung at Queen Camel, the heaviest ring of 6, which is correct. And then some smart person comes in and says, St. Barian are the heaviest, not Queen Camel. And no, Queen Camel are the heaviest ring of 6. St. Barian have just got an oversized tenor. The fact that you just shove a massive tenor on the end, in the case of this, which I'm 99% sure was just done deliberately, because it's not even 100 weight heavier. It's like less than 100 weight heavier than Queen Camel. They did it deliberately so they could be called the heaviest ring of 6 bells. It's completely stupid. The tenor was, and to put it into perspective, I'm pretty sure the tenor was so heavy and the trebles were too small, so they had to recast the treble. The treble is like 9, the 2 is 8, number, and goes up to like 15 and then like 30 something. It's just stupid. They shouldn't have the total weight of the bells at Queen Camel are way heavier than that of Barian. Barian are stupid weights for what they are. The tenor is way too big. It was just done as a, I'm pretty sure, an ego trip to get the crown of the heaviest 6 when they're not. And I will never refer to Barian as the heaviest 6 because they're not. The fact, you know, and my argument is that fine, on that basis, the fact that Barian are the heaviest because the tenor is the heaviest. Using that logic, if I put a 4200 weight tenor on my mini ring, that would be the world's heaviest ring of 8. As you know, how heavy are Sherborne? If I put a 6000 weight tenor on my mini ring, they'd be the heaviest ring of 8. When they're nowhere near. It's just absolutely stupid. So, and this is what happens when you use just the tenor weight as the weight of the ring by tenor weight. In that you get things like Barian, which are, they have a massively overweight tenor just for the sake of getting the title. And that's what I have a problem with. I am back again from early. I keep on coming back and I'm leaving. Well, there we go. You've missed some good banter. Josh said that, Ollie. Which one's Josh? Is Josh in the chat? Who's Josh? Ah, this message is held for a review. I'm going to show that message. Boop. Boop. No, it's nothing. I don't know why it hasn't come up. Can you see Liam's message? In fact, Liam's message says, "Should Mr. Nikos Podas, also known as Mr. Doves, be permanently banned from touching an inch of the UK land, trying to ring here? He's a right gronk." I'm not quite sure what that means. What do you think of him? It annoys me, but there's another person. I mean, Nikos Podas used to be really, really bad before everyone here was on YouTube. He used to be really, really bad, but there's another one at the moment who keeps commenting on my channel and basically every other channel and just lists off what it says on Doves. So whenever I see that comment, I just remove it now. But there we go. Prof Moose just looked in a bad condition. Oh, well, if the rumours are to be believed, he's dead. He's not. Let's see if I can get a response out of him. No, active 2 hours ago. He's probably been abducted by aliens, but no, he looked in a bad way. That's the one. Yes. Yeah, it's that we're FS guild. It just annoys me. Ah, right. Well, we've got these two pyramids, which we have lovingly built and prepared. Can you see them? Are they in the right place? Just about. Okay. Yes, these two pyramids are now I'm gonna go over and put them on the baseboard. And then we need to build two more pyramids, but they're slightly different, apparently. So, yes. They go opposite each other. They're facing in and then they're facing in. Okay, right. Okay. There's one. Good. Yeah, there we go. They're in. It would have been fun to shut down Dove's Guide for what's its phone. Well, I don't like Dove's Guide. I've had so many disagreements with the admin team over certain things and their refusal to list bells correctly, despite having the information. It is so inconsistent, inaccurate. You can't rely on it. I can't rely on it. So, yeah, I don't really look at Doves anymore. Unless someone says, look at this or whatever. But, yeah, no, it's just their way of doing things, their logic, their decision making is all fundamentally flawed. There we go. So that's that. I don't like Dove's Guide. It's not reliable. It's awful. And it's changed so much as well. It used to be really easy to keep track of, but now they're just doing things, making decisions which are wrong and not right. It's just awful. Like, for example, there was the most recent problem they've had. Luckily for my mini ring, it hasn't affected it because of its name, but the majority of mini ring names have lost the word the. Like, every mini ring name, apart from maybe 3 or 4, is called the X ring or the X campanile, and whatever their mini ring is, the whatever ring. But doves have removed the word the from every mini ring, but without asking the owners, without notifying them, and just removing the. For example, there's a ring in Cheltenham called the Bicycle Ring, but on doves it was Bicycle Ring, and I ring regularly at a place called the Forward Ring, and that became Forward Ring. But the name is the Forward Ring, the Bicycle Ring, and the owners had to contact Dove's Guide and make complaints because the word the and their mini ring names had been changed. But as far as I can make out, the decision of one person who did not consult the rest of the Dove team just made the decision and didn't tell anyone, didn't ask the owners of the rings. And considering also that these are mini rings, they're not like churches, they are privately owned rings, the owners have a right to choose how their ring is listed, if indeed they want it listed at all. But there we go. So these certain owners have contacted Doves and said, no, can you put the back on? So they have, but for the majority of them, the has been removed. But because of my mini ring, is called the campanile, they haven't removed the word the, because mini rings called the campanile are still listed all as the campanile, which is good, because if you just say place name, comma, campanile, it doesn't specify. And in my case, in very shortly, there will be multiple mini rings here. So just calling it place name campanile won't, it will be so confusing. So there's that. There's too much on there. There is, and I think I like how they've put mini rings on there, but I think it would have been so much better if they had created a separate page for them, not like incorporated it into Dove's Guide, because it's Dove's Guide. What are they called officially? Like Dove's Guide, Church Bells of. Oh, it used to be called Church Bells of Britain, but it's like Dove's Guide for the Bells of Britain or something, or Church Bells or whatever. And mini rings obviously aren't in churches except for one. So yeah, it's very confusing now, and because a lot of the information for the mini ring section of Doves came from the mini ring directory. Now that's a good site that only has mini rings on, but it's relatively difficult to get further information. It just lists the rings themselves, not any details. So they could have very easily just made an additional Dove's Guide, had it running parallel, and had mini rings on one, and chimes and carillons and things like that, and then have full circle bells on the main one. But no, they put it all into one. And I get the sense that they're putting all of their eggs into one basket. And if something goes wrong, the entire thing has gone wrong. And they've linked it into, as you say, they've linked it into Bellboard as well. So it's a complete mess. And apparently they're going to start adding pictures as well. You can start adding pictures to Dove's Guide. There we go. Let's all ring half muffled or mini ring. I have not rung these bells half muffled before. Bellboard can stay as it lists all quarter bills and stuff, but they always put the wrong weight on out. Yeah, even Bellboard is starting to get inconsistencies, and this is where my massive argument is with Doves and their changing mini ring names, in that they've always, like for example, the Forward Ring has had something like 1,000 performances listed under as the Forward Ring. Then they just remove the word the, and it's now listed as Forward Ring. And in all of my databases, now that's coming up as two separate rings. And if you look at Bellboard, it just looks so messy. So why have they... I don't get it. I don't understand it. There's no logic to it. But now the forward ring and the bicycle ring have, the owners complained, and they got the names put back to what they should be. So there we go. Could you ring the tenor on your mini ring quickly? Why? I have no problem doing it, but why? You should practice making a website to list mini rings and don't give anyone admin except trusted people like me. And if I make a website, I'm not going to let anyone have trusted admin. It's nothing personal, but there we go. I have got a website at the moment. I've got two actually. Anyway, he just wants admin. Yes. So there we go. Right. What are we on to now? Next page. Woo! We need bags 13 and 14. Can we get a? Let's see if we can get a Prof Moose update. No. No, he's still dead. I'll tell him I've started the rumour of your demise. Right. Thinking of getting a Matthew Higby mini ring. Save up. Takes a while. You should try muffling your mini ring for the first time, and also have you noticed the seventh frame in your ring, it wobbles when it rings. That was in its old location. It's in a different place now, and the frames are all dead solid. They don't move, which is good. Oh, I've got a message. Ah, it's from Prof Moose. I'm not dead. Well, join the chat to pass this good news on. There we go. I told you starting a dirty rumour that Prof Moose had died would get him back. You should try. Yeah. Right. Bag 13. Unlucky for Sam. Lucky for us. I get the sense bag 13 is going to be a good bag. Actually, no. I quite like the look of bag 18. It's lots of fauna. Right. Right. I want to hear your mini ring. Just have a feel of how it sounds like. You want to hear my mini ring? Okay. Right. Mini ring then. I'll just chime each bell. I can't be bothered to ring everything. Need to just make sure the mic is on the correct sound setting, which it is. Good. Okay. Right. Are we ready? Treble. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. What did you think? Could you hear them? Yes, you could. Mic wasn't very good. They sound a lot better. Actually, I've got a video of them. Does anyone want to hear the video of, I think it's Yorkshire Surprise Major being rung on them? There's a good there's a good minute lag on the stream. I know. You're gonna have to get on quick, Tim, so you can dispel this rumor of your sad demise. Yes, please. Have you ever rung them up in Peel on your setup? Rung them up in Peel, yes. And rung them down in Peel. Actually, if you want to see them being rung down in Peel, I'll play you a clip of Grant's Triples, followed by ringing down in Peel. If I can work out how to do it. Give me a mo. Do I even have it on here? I don't even think I have it on here. Could have sworn I had it on here. I don't. Oh well. That's odd. I could have sworn I did. Oh well. I'll play the Yorkshire. I don't know how this is going to work. How am I going to do this? Oh, I know. Like this. You get the idea. Yeah, so there we go. Right. They're a nice mini ring. Bag 14 and 13. Good. How much did the bells cost? A lot. Right, I'm going to Google. There was something I wanted to Google earlier, but didn't. How many bags does Lego Eiffel Tower have? Lego Eiffel Tower contains 74 numbered bags. 74. 74. Around 10k. Yes. Yes, that's about right. 74. Right. Okay. We're on track, ladies and gentlemen, because 74 bags over 4 days, so 74 divided by 4 is 18 and a half. We're on track. We're on track. Good, good. Right. Okay, so the plan for tonight is as follows. At 6 o'clock, as every week, the new video goes live on the channel. Don't worry, if you're watching the stream, you won't miss it because at exactly 6 o'clock, the video will be broadcast on the live stream as well as go live on the channel. So you can stay here and you'll watch it with everyone else in the chat. That's at 6 o'clock. And then when the video is finished, we will hopefully be joined by Prof Moose, who is not dead. He's not dead, despite the rumour I started that he had died. He's not dead. And we'll be joined by Prof Moose. And that should take us up to finish bags 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. To put it into perspective, we don't need to rush because bag 17 is very small. It's a very small bag. So we're good. We're on track, ladies and gentlemen. We are on track. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. It wasn't actually that important, but I'm going to say something. Anyway. Right. The only thing being that I think we are being lured into a false sense of security with this. Because, Ollie, have you rung with Thomas Chapman? I've seen him in your vids. Yes, he's a good friend of mine. Thomas is lovely. Very nice. Yeah, so I think we're being lured into a full sense of security because 18 bags in box 1 There are 74 bags in total, according to Google. That divided by 4 is 18 and a half bags. So let's say 18 per day we need to do. 18 bags per day. They put 18 in this box, but there are 3 boxes. So the question is, are there going to be more bags in box 2? Which is fine. We can, we can live with more bags in box 2. Or do the bags start having more pieces in? Because 18 and a half bags today might not be the same as 18 and a half bags tomorrow. That's my worry. And as we've seen, certain bags are not the same size. So we don't know. This is where the uncertainty comes in, and this is where I've kind of built in some extra time, just in case we might need it. Oh, I know what's coming. We're going to build 2 more pyramids. Oh my lord. 2 more flaming pyramids. And look, it looks literally exactly the same as before. Right. He's in my branch and I'm usually ringing with him. Yes. Ooh. He's in Oldham. Ooh. Okay. Aha! We're back at building these little... At least I thought we were. Need 2 of them. Okay. So then there's a corner piece on there. Then a stepper. 2. And then the same for corner. Stepper. 2. Very similar to the last way we built it. The other pyramids, although I have a feeling these are all the same except they have red bits instead of yellow, is my thinking. It's my plan. Oh, I gotta build these wretched things again, which hurt like mad to make. Right. We've done this just out of interest. Yes, we're going to have to do it all over again, so I might as well, while I'm here, put 2 more, or do this twice more. About 10 minutes to go until the latest or the newest Ring Ollie video drops. Ollie, was the Remembrance Quarter at Hampstead unsuccessful? Yes. panicked for a minute. Why? Because two bells swapped over. Which is easy to do in Bob Triples, although I would have had a different band. Oh, we need to build two stepper things again. So painful to build. Two more again. There they are, hiding underneath. Yes, that is right. I panicked. Keep doing that. Right. No. There you are. There. Flip over. Yeah, so it's pieces like this you just think it could have been done so much easier, but they're deliberately trying to get the piece count up. So every little helps, I guess. Five minutes to go until the Ringer Ollie video. And then hopefully we will be joined by Prof Moose. Ah, we've got to do that again. Flip over. I was pleased to see Devon Ringer Ewan in the chat, because I haven't heard from him for ages. Right, 2 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the video. It's just a normal one. There's nothing really that special about it. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Should be good. 1 minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to go. Right. It's time for the Ringer Ollie weekly video. I hope you enjoy it. Got 30 seconds to run. I can't set it out and set it playing until 6 o'clock. But yes, don't need to leave the stream. It will come up here, and yes, I'll see you at the end of it. I hope you enjoy it. Should be all good. See you soon. 4 shouts a bit. While they're firing that out, we can have a look at a plane. How about that? See, the plane striking isn't bad. We've got, there we go, look at that. I believe that's a Diamond DA62. Twin star, they're very nice. Anyway, back to the bell ringing. I think that was meant to be Cambridge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. How was that? Did everyone enjoy it? That's this week's Ringer Ollie video. How did we find it? Did we like it? Was it all good? Is everything working? Yes. Yes, I think it is. Good. Prof Moose will be joining us very shortly. He's just having a French lesson. Well, I say he's having a French lesson. He's not. He normally just plays Duolingo. But yeah. I don't know. He's been doing this for years, and yeah, hasn't really gone anywhere for him. Don't think he's been to France yet, despite trying very, very hard to learn the language. So there we go. Right. We are. I've just been checking, and yes, we are on track. We've got the two bases of our pyramids to go, and so far, all is good. All is good. Right. Yes, they go on there then. Aha. We've got. I'm just looking at the bags 15, 16, 17, and 18. They are all full of fauna. I'm struggling to find the pieces. I need 3 more of these blocks. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's rather interesting. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay. That only has 3 on. Interesting. So we need 1 more. There is a hole. Aha. Oh, that has one, that has one, that has. Aha. That goes on there. Quick separator. You. You. There we go. So, gap goes there. Not in that corner, but not that corner. What? Where's the gap block? There. Correct. There's a gap block up here. That has one. That has one. No, it doesn't. And that has one. Yes. This side does not. Goes on there. And this. Goes there. Followed by another one. How very strange. Presume they're both the same, so we need to get that block off. Put it down here. And then that on there, that on there, along. We still need one more. Doesn't seem to be there. It's very odd. Nothing on the floor. There it is. Found it. Life is complete. Right. Next year, of course, we might not be building Lego. There is the option we can build other things. My chat's disappeared. Cross Moose, are you watching? If you are, let me know. Are you ready to join the call? Join the stream? There is a block missing on these pyramids. I'm guessing that must be deliberate, but I'm just trying to work out why. Shall I ask Prof Moose? He is finished. Ah, he's just messaged me. Just as I went to put my finger on the screen to type. I'll be in a minute or two. The joys of live streaming, you know, you get the answers before you've asked the question. It's very good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the arrival of Prof Moose of YouTube Sensation. Now, Prof Moose, if you haven't seen his channel, has been on YouTube basically since I was, I think, 3. He is a YouTube sensation. He is an old. How do I finish this sentence without insulting him? He is the old school YouTube. He recorded and uploaded the famous video of Hosanna, which is titled Hosanna. Talk about clickbait. Unbelievable. Clickbait is rife on the Prof Moose channel. Yes, so we're doing the same as the last 2 pyramids, but they've got red inserts rather than yellow. Maybe that helps when it comes to building the actual tower. They say, oh yes, put this one on the red section and then put this one on the yellow section. Maybe. There has to be logic to it, surely. I wonder what big set Lego are going to bring out next year. They seem to be on a French kind of thing at the moment. Maybe America. I'd like them to bring out maybe Capitol building. Then they don't really do politics, do they? They don't really do religion, but they did Notre Dame, so there must be some kind of exceptions. But I wonder what amazing buildings have they? Oh, Sydney, the Sydney Harbour Bridge would be good. They did the Sydney Opera House a very, very long time ago. Sydney Harbour Bridge would be very good, or like a series of all of the London bridges, because they have the old Tower Bridge. The other London bridges are a bit boring, bland, compared to Tower Bridge, of course. I mean, in their own right, they're incredible, but yeah. And then you've got what could they? We could try predicting what they're going to bring out next year. Big set. I mean, they've done Titanic. They've done Taj Mahal. I'm just trying to think what other landmarks across the world there are. Got me thinking now. I can't actually think of any. We've got the World Trade Center, the new one. They've done the Empire State Building. Statue of Liberty. What do you think they should leave a comment? Leave a comment in the chat and let me know what set you'd like to see them bring out. I will just finish these bags. Or this bag. Place it on the thing, and then we will be joined with by Prof Moose, who was with us in the first day of, or the first ever live stream. Prof Moose was there when we built the knockoff Statue of Liberty. Oh, had I known then what I'd be doing now. Building Lego sets that are just stupidly big. Right, we've got 3 leftover pieces, which is concerning. That's because they go here. It's always good to make sure you've got a clean workbench before the next bags are opened. So there we go. There are 2 more completed pyramids. Interestingly, with that being said, do you remember when we did the 2022 live stream? And by the end of it, we had completed the tower, but we had like the biggest selection of like bricks that we hadn't used. And it's like there must have been over 100 different bricks left over, and either they had given us 1 extra brick of every single type, or multiples, or we had like missed out a massive step, but the tower looked complete. But yeah. Right. So I'm going to pop over to the building station and place down our 2 pyramids, or base of pyramids, and then Trump has met Zelensky in Florida. Interesting. No other news to report. Shall we have a quick bellboard stalk? See what's going. Absolutely nothing. They ran cool changes at Woodbridge. What is going on? There we go. Anyway, right. Let's put these together, and then we will be joined by Prof Moose. So these go on like that. With these facing into the middle of the build. Okay, right. Good. Good. Right, they're all on. There we go. Right. That was the thing I was going to try. Another thing we got from Selfridge is peppermint chocolate malt balls. Is it teasing me or something? I had some. They're a bit like Maltesers, but they have peppermint over them. Have a ball. Right. It's time to be joined by Prof Moose. So for this, I'll need my headphones. Actually, my granddad's headphones. Okay. Right. Prof Moose, if you're watching, I'm calling you when I get over to my computer. Right. Call incoming. Hello, Prof Moose. Are you ready to join the stream? Almost. What's happened to your French lesson? Have you learned any more French yet? No. I mean, no one can hear you yet. They can only hear me. Oh yes, no, I can hear myself back. So, well, when you've finished your French lesson, you might have to mute me on the stream so it doesn't echo. Oh well, yeah, you might still have to mute it. How long do you need? Less than a minute. Well, I'll stay on the call and I will just I'll mute myself to you, but I'll explain to everyone what you're doing. Right, so what has happened? Right, what has happened is that Prof Moose's French lesson has overrun, and he hasn't learnt any more French from what I'm told, and he's probably you know, if he went into a shop in France, he'd probably say, "Hello, please may I have Andor," or something like that. You know, something completely illegible. And he's finishing up his French lesson. He says he needs less than a minute, but at the rate he's been going, he needs probably like 30 years more of lessons. So there we go. But yeah, he's in the call, and I'll bring him in when he's finished. But yes, he is. He's a how best can I describe him? He is an elder gentleman hoping to master the art of the French language. So far, no luck. So if you want to put in the chat, you know, good luck for the future, Prof Moose, or give him any kind of encouragement or any advice. That's it. Give him some advice in the chat. How can he learn French better? He's been doing this. I kid you not, all joking aside. Hold on. Yeah, he's been doing. I can't hear it. Hold on. He's been doing this for lots of time, long time, and yeah, yeah. There we go. Anyway, right. Let me see if he is ready to join the stream. Right, are you ready to join the stream? Okay, I'll unmute you for the stream. Have you finished Duolingo? Okay, right. Keep your language under control because you are. Okay, I know. Well, it is. You're quite right. Right, you're joining in now. So, Prof Moose is now in the chat. I have released him. If he speaks now, he will now be heard live to the world.
Live about 5 minutes after we've had the conversation going through the trials earlier.
Oh no. Well, hopefully your connection and my connection stick together for enough time to. There we go. You've got a good luck. You've got a good luck in the chat from Williams Brothers UK.
Right.
Thank you. Good luck with your French lesson.
I'm just now giving up on that because I'm hungry, so I'm going to go and start preparing food. And there we are. You can now hear the echo of me sort of saying what I said 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you might have to turn the volume down a bit, but yes. And hold on, I need to sneeze. You've made me want to sneeze now.
Problem is, I won't know what you're doing until long after you've done it.
Well, I mean, it's you're doing. Have you learned how to say hello in French yet?
Bonjour.
Oh, wait.
Works quite well.
Okay.
We're night now, aren't we?
Don't say good night to everyone.
No, it's just switching to multi for a moment. It's sometimes easier, but it's actually very difficult to find Maltese lessons on the internet because no one speaks the language. Well, yeah, basically.
Someone in the chat has said Q-Tal. Well, Quetal.
Oh yeah, that means something, but I don't know what. I'm not entirely sure what language.
This is how. What does that say? He says Q-Tal ? Prof Moose. So you have to leave the translation in the chat. Otherwise, he won't be able to understand.
Well, I think that the problem also is I'm now nowhere near the computer, which is just as well what with the funny audio.
Right. So Prof Moose is, in case you haven't guessed, he's now downstairs, I presume, making food, and you will shortly hear if past experience is to be repeated. He will say, "Oh, I'm going to have this type of food for dinner," and then about 30 seconds later, you'll hear the smoke alarm go off, and then about a minute after that, you'll hear the fire brigade turn up, and then they'll start spraying water all over the kitchen, and then about 20 minutes after that, he will come back and he will not be dripping, because when the fire brigade came in and put out the fire in his kitchen, he forgot to get out of the kitchen, so he just got covered in water. So yeah, it was a complete nightmare. But yeah, so hopefully he won't set fire to his kitchen again. You see, that's him getting the kindling out. What I didn't say is that in Prof Moose's kitchen, it's very unlike any other kitchen in that it has a floor, which is good, but instead of a cooker, there's just nothing. And then instead of worktop space, there's like, so you know when you get like a door, he's put that on its side, and it's on two bits of wood, and the door sits there, and he uses that to prepare the food. So he prepares food on a door. And then when he wants to cook it, he's vegetarian, so there's no meat involved. So, but if he was to cook, like, I don't know, what's a vegetarian dish? Not a beef, not a beef Wellington. Some kind of, you don't really cook for salad, do you? If he was to cook something like a nut roast, for example, he'd light in the middle of his kitchen. There'd be like this fire pit, and he'd like, well, it's not really a fire pit. It's more of a brazier. From when he goes on his like marches, with the banners, and he lights big fires in the street, and he brings it home to cook on. So if he was to cook like a nut roast or something, he'd have to sit, or like a marshmallow. Are they vegetarian? A marshmallow's vegetarian, Tim.
Excuse me. Yeah, that was the Lidl's acid-free. I was going to say not acid-free, sugar-free Coke going down the wrong hole.
Oh right, oh right.
Correct that with some ginger wine.
Oh right, okay. QTEL means how are you? Sorry,
Yeah.
hold on a minute. You've been doing like 10 years of French lessons.
Ça va bien, et tu?
You've been doing 10 years of French lessons, and you managed to get bonjour, but past that, how are you?
You see, it's Duolingo. You never actually get to speak the bloody language. You just
no.
It turns into a game after a while.
Oh dear. I mean, it's a problem, because if you were to go to France, you just have to say hello. Like if you walked into a shop or a bakery, they're very French, and you would like say un croissant, un baguette. You'd go in and you'd have to say bonjour, and they go bonjour, and then they might say like comment ça va or something like that. But if they go past that, they'll say like, what would you like? And then you'd be forced to say bonjour.
Well, I wouldn't. I'd say,
Un baguette.
Vente baguette, s'il vous plaît. And they just sort of look at me and you really want 20?
Right.
Croissants. We might buy 20 croissants at one time. I wouldn't buy that many baguettes. You buy those by the day. They don't freeze so well.
Oh, right. Did you hear how I was describing your kitchen to everyone?
Yes, I did.
It's quite accurate, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you're not far off.
Okay.
Fire brigade aren't here yet, but then I haven't called them.
What are you making in your kitchen today?
Oh, I'm just heating up half a loaf of bread. It's rather nice, it's that little stuff. The low GI seeded loaf, and they gave me a voucher for 25% off. So yeah, why not?
Oh, right, okay. Because seeds are hard to digest.
That's part of the point, isn't it?
For the elder generation.
Well, that's part of the reason. I mean, it does kind of shot blast your inside, shall we say?
Oh, no. Okay, let's move on from that thought. Uh, oh, there's a comment. Oh, and you mentioned earlier that Bellboard doesn't show the weights of bells, and this is true. It says my church has a PL of 10 in F.
Sometimes Bellboard shows the weights. You've got to give them the weights.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but
Don't always show times of your performance either. So, well, how long did that take then?
Well, normally when Bellboard doesn't show the time of the performance, the submitter deliberately omits it because it's embarrassing.
Well, yes, I have seen some that are a bit embarrassing.
I have to admit there was one quarter I did not send the time up because it was a little bit embarrassing. Actually, no, I did send the time up. It was a quarter peal of Bob Doubles in 61 minutes.
What?
On Ringing Room. Actually, were you in it?
Oh, yes, I probably was if it was on Ringing Room. Yeah, that was during lockdown.
Yes.
Yeah, that was when I said I'm not doing another quarter on this device again, or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, it was, and it was horrific. But there, yeah, it
So
was.
there's a ding. Can we have another one, please?
There was a
ding.
Yeah, and you'd be ringing away, and then there'd just be a gap, and then you weren't sure whether the person was just lagging or had completely disconnected. So you could just be halfway through a quarter and stop midway through a row because the person had either lagged out or was waiting.
You get 3, 1, 2, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Well, you're there clicking away at the key trying to make it go ding, and it doesn't work.
It works for everyone else except them. It was a problem, but we'd look back in like 20 years' time and think, those were the days. As was the campanologist's realm. The campanologist's realm was a good time. But yes, so Prof Moose is heating up his
what I haven't established yet is what are you building?
Have you not worked it out yet?
Well,
were you not here at the start of the stream?
No.
Oh, well, in that case, nobody tell him. You'll just have to work it out yourself.
I thought you'd done the Eiffel Tower, although that looks like it might be Eiffel Tower-y base. It's either that or all the pyramids of Egypt or something strange.
No. This is it. You're quite right. It is the base of the Eiffel Tower.
I thought Lego did that years ago. In fact, I thought you did that years ago.
They brought it out a few years ago, but I've only got round to building it now.
Oh.
So, yes, we're.
How tall is it?
Huh?
How tall is it?
5 feet.
And your cave is 4'6".
No,
so you'll do it lying down then. That'll be entertaining.
Build the Eiffel Tower horizontally. No. It's Max the Ringer or MG Ringer 02 says it's Tokyo Tower. Now we have spilt the beans. It is the Eiffel Tower. It's 149 centimeters tall, so effectively 5 feet, and it sits at the moment. You'll see above my head. It sits on a table. So it will come up and it will be taller than me when it's done, which will look quite good. I was tempted to buy a lighting kit and put light inside it, but I thought it might just look a bit tacky.
Depends how you do it.
Well, and also I found that the lighting kits, the cabling, granted they're micro LEDs, but the cabling for it, none of them seemed to be almost invisible. It was all really, really obvious that you had put lights in it, and it kind of ruined the look of it. So,
is this a genuine Lego lighting kit, or is it?
No, Lego don't do lighting kits, so they're all kind of.
Perhaps they ought to.
Well, maybe they should, but
They used to
No.
do like they used to do bricks that lit up. Oh, the cable was as thick as your arm, but yeah, it was,
Well, they're bringing action uh, blocks next year, and there's been a massive in the Lego community. There's been a massive uproar about it because they're like Bluetooth and chargeable brick. It's getting they claim that it's getting too
I
stupid
think
now.
I think I saw something vaguely like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be fun. Not.
Yeah, they're bringing. I can't remember what sets are doing it, but you know, there's like the powered up. It's called Lego Powered Up, and you can build like a piano, and it plays itself, and it's got all electrics inside it.
Yeah, yes, I can see that frustrating some of your potentially some of your younger viewers quite a lot, or some of your potentially younger viewers. I don't know. I don't know how young your viewership goes, but it could be
Well,
quite
yeah,
frustrating for
I've
some of them.
I've never really looked into it, but it does it just yeah. I don't like the idea of having to do some. It's nothing like massive. You don't get the soldering iron out, but it's
No.
all like plug in, and it just
Yeah, I've got a feeling that soldering iron and Lego might not mix.
yeah.
Gets very strangely shaped bricks.
Yeah, and Lego bricks are surprisingly flammable.
Oh, they? I've never tried that.
Yeah, you can get if you get like a minifigure, you can light the head of it on fire, and it will just slowly burn away with a really good flame out the top of it, for a long time, and it just slowly melts down.
You are now going to be accused of burning down. I don't know how many houses, but how many viewers have you got?
Well,
That'll total the number of houses that burn down now.
yeah. Well, hopefully nothing will.
Listen carefully, children. Don't go setting fire to your Lego men.
Yes, no, don't set fire to your Lego men. Owen the Ringer says, "I'm back. My battery ran out, so I missed out the fun." Well, you missed out. You missed out on me describing Tim's
Kitchen.
Prof Moose's kitchen. So if you want to have a watch, you'll have to join back or skip back maybe 10-15 minutes. Right. So have you?
Lad, yes.
Well, yeah. Have you? Were you here for when I explained my bags per day?
Oh,
Quota?
yes. I heard you whiffling on about bags and their content.
Yeah. So I've worked out that I haven't worked out. Google told me there are 74 bags in the entire set. Divide that by 4, it gave me 18.5 bags per day. And there are 3 boxes. The first box has 18 bags in. So the next couple of boxes are going to be much fuller of bags. They're going to have many more bags in. But I just wonder, are the bags going to have roughly the same amount of bricks in each one? Or are some going to be really full and some going to be tiny?
I don't think they should put them in bags. I think they should just put all the bricks in a box and give it a good shake.
That's very unkind.
It would make life murderous, wouldn't it, really? I mean,
Imagine the Christmases. All of the parents would be, on Boxing Day, would be sitting there sorting through all of these bricks. Lego sales
they would end up all in hospital having bricks removed from whatever part of their body came into contact with them.
Devon Ringer Ewan says you can't call them Lego men now. You have to call them Lego beings.
You could call them Lego figurines, but no one can spell figurines these days. I never could.
Actually, they're minifigures, aren't they?
Yes, small figures.
Yes, petite.
They wouldn't have to call them small.
You can't. Well, you can't call them. Yeah, you petite.
Yeah, no, you can't call them that either. No, don't call them.
I stopped myself. Yes, I'm Devon Ringer Ewan. Where have you been? you disappeared all of a sudden, and not today, but like, when was it? We talked last. Oh, it was New Year's Eve 2022, and then very shortly after, you disappeared. I was worried you had like retired from ringing and such like. But there we go. Welcome back. Right, so we've got 4 more bags, and I am semi-pleased to say that it is a lot of fauna, Tim.
A lot of fauna.
There's a lot of fauna.
Or do you mean flora?
No, that's a butter.
No, that's plant life as opposed to animal life.
What's fauna?
Animals.
Oh,
The place is full of rats.
no. I've made a grave error for a very long time today.
I'm also thinking what it is in Russian, but Allah won't teach me swear words in Russian. She doesn't like swearing in Russian. She only swears in English.
Oh, I'm crying. Oh no. Why has no one never just had a lot on? Well, I get you yeah, because I knew you were interested in ropes, and like, was it the? I think it was after the coronation, shortly after the coronation. I got a set of new ropes, and I went to message you these pictures of these new ropes, and it wouldn't let me message you. It was very disappointing. So I had no way of showing you. So there we go. Yeah. So I've been calling all of the greenery we've been making in the last few hours fauna.
No, that's flora.
Oh no. Oh,
He says now doubting himself. Yeah, I might have to look in a minute.
Oh dear. So I'm sorry, everyone. I've been calling it the wrong name, flora, but that's butter in it.
Well, there's a sort of synthetic buttery spread called flora, because presumably it's made from plants. I've never tried milking a daffodil, so I don't really know how it works.
Oh dear. Right.
Now would seem to be a good time to prepare for the Buckfast tonic wine.
Devon Marie Ewan says, I've had it. Tim, you might be interested to hear this.
I'm listening.
Ewan has had some new phones, which is why I couldn't send in the pictures of the ropes. Also been a bit careful with a certain person from Mancroft spreading rumours.
Just trying to think who that could be.
Do you really need to think for that long?
Well, hang on.
This is the point where he's completely forgotten about the bread he's cooking, and he goes into the oven, and it's like comes out as a brick of like soot.
No, it's all right. I've remembered that. Yeah, hang on.
Devon. Yes, no, we won't disclose the Can you hear that? Yes, you can. How good. Yes, we won't disclose. It's been good. He's been free bell grabbing like a foolish person. Oh no. Can you ring Devon call changes on 3 bells? I suppose you can. Be quite interesting. Well, if you want me to send you some pictures of the ropes, you know my number, so just message me if you want, and I can send them across. Right. So Tim is busy burning some bread, failing at learning
Francais.
Spanish and French, and now we've cleared up the problems with the English language in that fauna and flora are very, very similar. And hold on, I'm going to just Google the meaning of fauna just to make because I'm pretty sure it's like shrubbery, isn't it?
Yeah. Just have a look at fauna and flora and see which one's which, because you've got me doubting my own sanity now, which is that unusual.
Fauna. English meaning dictionary. Oh no, they're linking it all together. This is not good.
You spelt something. I spelt it properly. Otherwise, you might get something really unexpected.
That's really confusing. Fauna. The animals of a particular region, habitat, or geological period.
There you are. It was animals.
But then it says there's like it use it in a sentence, although it doesn't actually use it in a sentence. All the animals that live wild in a particular area, flora and fauna. While she was in Hawaii, she studied the local flora and fauna.
Yes, look up flora. That's the plant life, I think.
Flora and fauna.
Yeah, if I leave that in there any longer, you'll be right. It should be black and lumpy.
Ugh. That normally happens most of the time. Flora and fauna collectively describe all the plant life, flora, and animal life, fauna. Oh. In a specific region. So I've been calling all of our little grasslands and shrubbery fauna, and it's actually flora. So I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. That is unfortunate. That was an unfortunate mistake on my part. Yes, I'm sorry. How very sad. Shall we make some flora? I've done it again. Shall we make some flora? It's a butter. It is a. Hold on a minute. Flora.
It's not a butter. It's a plant-based alternative to butter. It's like whatever that is, butterly or olive spread, only without the olives.
So, what happens if I went round and changed all of these tubs of flora to say fauna original?
Well, the vegans would stop buying it.
Oh no. What? Oh yeah, that's true actually. Oh yeah, because they can't have real butter. How clever. No. Anyway, right, before we continue insulting both animals and vegans, wait, are you vegan or vegetarian?
Vegetarian.
You're vegetarian, okay. I'm vegetarian, except for like chicken, beef, ham, steak.
Except just about anything made from dead animals, yes.
Yes. There we go. Anyway, Devon ringers are very good at striking, even when with ridiculously long ropes to the point where you're almost sitting. Yes. Yeah. Because don't Devon ringers, Ewan, you might be able to clarify this. Don't Devon ringers ring with a coil?
Lots do.
But is that because they choose to ring with a coil, or the ropes are long so they have to, or that the ropes are deliberately made long so they can? That makes sense.
Deliberately made long.
They're deliberately made wrong. Yeah. Right. We are going to make some flora. I was going to say florna. We'll call it florna. We're going to make some florna. We need bags 15 and 16 to do that. Ah, no, we're not. I'm getting so confused. Here are the trees. Here are the lamp posts. 2 reasons, Ewan says. Rope's too long, so we have no choice. All the bells are cartwheeling so fast below the balance, the tail gets longer.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
That's a good answer.
Fair enough. Right, let's open bags. $16. I've just watched back that moment where I found out the meaning of flora and fauna.
Because what we could do is set up a giant group call so that everyone could join in.
That'd be absolute carnage. We did that during the first trip.
Yes,
Ewan was in it. Ewan, you were in the call in 2022. I might have to just let people I know and I can trust into the call. And that will be tomorrow's thing. We'll discuss this tomorrow. What are you up to tomorrow? Have you burnt your bread yet?
No.
That's a yes then.
All those tortilla chips are a bit hot.
Why did you put them in the oven then?
I didn't. They're a bit hot, as in there's too much chili, so we now need Marmite to counteract that.
Oh, yes, because that's
bread works.
because that is totally normal. Right, so we are now going to make 8 trees. There is the stalk. You need to put the stalk in the thing. Oh, look at that. Huh. And then do we... Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 of each on, so they don't look the same. We've got a lighter shade of green and a darker shade of green. And I presume that means you can alternate. Put some Marmite. Devon Ringer Ewan has put in comment in capitals, put some Marmite 1.
No, I don't understand that.
No, I'm trying to work it out. It follows it up with Doritos and Marmite is class. Bye for now. See you later, Ewan. Hopefully you'll join back later or tomorrow.
The Doritos and Marmite is exceedingly good, actually.
We made a tree, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, I think I might have made a video on it.
There's our tree. Ah, put some Marmite on. Ah, it was meant to say on.
Mm.
Put some Marmite on. As in, like smother it over himself. Isn't that what Jeremy Clarkson claimed truckers do?
What, smother themselves with Marmite?
No. They do it with Bovril. They, like, grease themselves up with Bovril. According to Jeremy Clarkson, anyway. Although he has a biased view on truckers. Right. There's another tree. Two trees. Is this a... I'm pretty sure this is a telescope, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's a telescope block we're using for the... We're using brown telescopes as the trees. You have collaborated with Richard Vobes before. Yes, I have. And there is plans for more collaboration for the information in information in March. Got a larger audience. As indeed do the other people I've been in preparation and planning with. But that might come out sooner. A man with an eye for detail. Correct. He also has one false eye. Little bit of trivia for you. Right. We are now building Flora. Now that we've established the correct name. I thought we had equal amounts of light green and dark green, but we have a lot more dark green. So I'm going to have to do maybe 4 dark greens per tree rather than light greens. Or what are the light greens for? All this tree making is making it. Does this mean I am a horticulturalist?
I think there needs to be real plants for that.
These are real plants. Don't diss my Lego. This is probably the closest you'll get me to gardening.
Well, I'm not going to moan about that.
Oh, you've been doing gardening.
Well, not at the moment, because I've got
40 Doritos in your mouth.
my right front leg and my right back leg at the moment. I can't even answer people properly.
You've got what? Are you on crutches?
No, not yet.
We've made 5 trees. I am doing them the right way, aren't I? Yes, I am. Who knew building trees was so much fun? One thing I did debate doing was getting my soldering iron out. And for model railways, you can get tiny, tiny little micro LSD. not LSD. LEDs. You can get tiny, tiny ones, which you can put in model buildings and stuff. And I debated putting some tiny, tiny LEDs inside the lampposts we're going to be building and wire them all up. But I wasn't sure how long this build would take, so yeah.
And the smallest LEDs I've worked with are a millimetre square.
Yeah, that's about the size we'd need. They can't give off that much light, surely, though.
They're quite bright if you look at them, but no. But enough for what you want.
Yeah. They don't need to actually light anything up. It's just purely...
just glow. And in the dark, yeah, they will light stuff up, just not brilliantly well.
Yeah, they're not really... yeah, they wouldn't serve any kind of functional purpose. They'd be purely aesthetic. But... Anyway. One more tree to go. I have considered building the Lego Hogwarts.
No, that would be interesting.
And as far as I'm aware, they don't have any fauna.
Well, they must have something for the Quidditch pitch.
Yeah, there's because you can get there are multiple loads of. I mean, Lego Harry Potter is incredibly popular, but they've got like, you can buy a set which is the entire castle, or you can buy the castle in bigger sections, but they you get each section separately, and they only have one half, so it's not like the entire outer shell of the castle. It's like you can look in the back of it. So I thought I'd like to get the entire castle as a building, not so much for what's inside it, because you can play around with the figures and it depicts each part of the movies and the books. But I'd like it for the castle rather than the actual storyline, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
you can make up your own storyline then.
Yeah, like Harry Potter, but instead of getting on a broomstick to fly, they just get on a plane.
Or a bat.
A bat, yeah.
A big bat.
Also, maybe something which isn't avian.
Bats are not. Bats are mammals.
But they're avian.
No, they're not. That's birds.
Don't bats fly?
Yes, but they're not birds. They're the only proper flying mammal.
Well, any mammal can fly if you make it. Put it in a catapult.
Yeah, but they sort of glide then, technically. I could argue that they just fly a parabola and then go flat.
I have absolutely no idea what you're on about. Fly a parabola.
Parabola. That's the arc, the shape that they fly as they level up a little bit and then towards the ground.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, we've got bigger trees to come. So, I now need to work out where we're putting these. We're putting these trees in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we put the shrubs. Does it really matter? I mean, does it really matter? Honestly, I mean, they're all going on the baseboard, so as long as they go on the baseboard, there can't be logic to it, surely. Dylan White, which are you ringing at next? What do you mean? What do you mean, which are you ringing at next? Shall we make some lamp posts? Which church? Which church am I ringing at next? It'll be my home tower on New Year's Eve at midnight.
Pardon me.
Right. One. So these have these. Yeah. That plus a light block. Or a thingy-madoodle plus a little hat. They're the little hats. There we go. There's our lamp post. And we need to make... Oh no, you're joking. We need to make 48 of these. Oh no. Right. Oh. I hope they don't expect me to count these 48. I hope that there just is 48 pieces. Because if I'm going to have to sit here and count out 48, I'm going to be an unhappy bell ringer. We can literally hear you eating. What flavoured Doritos are they? Are they actual Doritos or are they?
What?
What were you just eating?
Oh, that was the end of an ice cream.
Why did it sound like blooming crisps? What kind of ice cream are you eating?
It was an ice cream cone. It was a sort of cornetto substitute. Listen
right.
carefully.
What on earth? What on earth is going on? What is that? No.
That is the finest of Buckfast tonic wine.
Oh my lord. Where does Buckfast have a cork?
Only the special wine. The peasant wine that they sell in the shop is screw topped.
Oh, right.
But the special wine they give us is corked, and the bottles aren't labelled.
So you don't really. I mean, what's are they? Is it? It's the same, isn't it?
It's not been standing around in a shop for months on end. It's straight out the vat.
Oh. I don't know what VAT's got and VAT has got to do with it, but there we go.
The vat is a huge, great stainless steel container that they keep it in.
I know.
There's 2.5 million litre storage capacity down there, and not even the King of Ringers could drink that lot. Although some would probably have a jolly good try. Both hands full. This means I have to go upstairs carefully.
Well, now that you've drunk that much, then.
I haven't drunk any yet.
Oh, I thought you were just pouring it into your mouth.
No. It's gone into a glass so I can enjoy it. Well, we're going to have to shut up for a moment so I can mute the computer, otherwise we'll be 3 days behind everything.
Oh, okay.
I haven't drunk any yet.
Pouring it into your mouth.
No. Enjoy it. Well, we're going to have to shut up for a moment so I can mute the computer, otherwise we'll be 3 days behind everything.
And now you'll just be able to hear your sound effects.
There we are. That's computer muted.
Right. So, we're still building lampposts. All 48 of them.
How many people have we got viewing at the moment?
5.
Shall we see if we can up the number?
Go on then, how are you going to do that?
I'm just going to sort of advertise it on one of my groups.
Oh. One of your oh god. Oh, advertise it on the Joy of Sound.
There's no point. Joy sounds very, very, very dead. Partly because the only admin is what's he called from up there, and he's disappeared. So
Up Gloucestershire.
yeah, up so around there somewhere.
Oh. Yeah, that's not good when admins go AWOL. Well, he has to leave anyway. Where are you advertising us?
On the kind of unused replacement.
Oh right. I thought you were going to put it on something like
About 6 members, so we might get 3.
you have to. It depends. Who are the members?
Top of my head, Tom Shakovsky, Luca, Simon Lagden, Henry. That'll liven it up.
No.
And there's someone else, I think. Oh, Lewis.
Fair enough. Well, yeah, you know. Let's see if we can up the ante. We're up to 6. My hands are so hot and sticky now. I'm building these tiny little things. It's really...
My hands are frozen.
We've got a wonky lamppost. I haven't actually counted, but I'm just hoping that the amount they've given us is correct.
Ugh. Right, the newcomers, any newcomers would like to announce themselves in the what's it, the thingy. Oh, I've had a message which I've somehow missed. Which means my phone didn't tell me. Oh no, I haven't. It's been telling me about that one for months and months and months, and I keep looking at it, and it still says there's a new message, and no, there isn't. Talking of which, t'other Ollie, I mean, you ask me a question, I answer it, and you don't actually bother to look at the answer for the next 3 hours. And you're supposed to be telling me whether we're going out on Monday or Tuesday. And for God's sake, if you phone me up at 10:15 tomorrow to tell me, I might not be best pleased.
Wow.
Well, I won't. I shall be quite cross.
You can join the Ring Ollie New Year's Eve live show day 2. It's prime viewing, It's the peak of YouTube's year.
Yes, Ewan is quite right. The Doritos and Marmite are class. It's a really good mix.
But then, how do you know how much Marmite to put on? When you can't see the Dorito, that's when you stop.
Yeah, when it's kind of dribbling on the floor and all over you and you have to lick it up, yes, that's a good time to stop.
But then, do you have, squeezy Marmite?
Yes. Well, I have a squeezy Marmite bottle, which I keep refilling with the Aldi Marmite substitute, because actually it's a lot cheaper than real Marmite and it's better.
Better in what way? More yeasty?
Yeah. I suppose, yes.
Oh dear. That is the yeast of my concerns.
That hurt.
Right.
It's nearly a whole bloody glass of Buckfast gone down my neck. That's over there, so I can't reach it. I'll save it.
Is that the bottle? I can't reach.
No, it's not the entire bottle. No. I'd have to try and make that last a year. Is the intent? It doesn't usually it lasts until about Easter.
When do you get it? Did you?
Christmas Day.
Don't you ring at Woolborough on Christmas Day?
Woolborough, I don't think they even had a service on Christmas Day this year. No, we ring at the Abbey on Christmas Day because it's a Hosanna Day. We actually had 12 this year.
Did you ring all 12?
Yeah. It was actually recognisable as rounds. It was quite impressed.
Oh. The amount of these wretched lamp posts. I will tell my grandchildren when I built this Lego set, those lamp posts were the death of me.
Then how did you manage to have us, Grandad?
Checkmate. Ah, dear.
For anyone joining the live stream, you have to understand that the commentary is often several minutes behind the video.
Tuna Bells says, "Am I late?"
Yes, you're very late.
In the great scheme of things, you are about 7 hours and 35 minutes late.
Well, is that the great scheme of things just was it revolving around your live stream, or the great scheme of things as in the cosmos? Because if it's in the great scheme of things involving the cosmos, his lateness could have destroyed an entire planet somewhere.
Oh. No, in the great scheme of things, as far as my live stream.
Well, at the moment, it's not very great. There's sort of no real sign of the thing that it is that you are building. We're not going to say what. We'll let the new people work it out for themselves eventually.
Yes, I mean, today we have built the base of what we're building.
A mausoleum, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like loads of like little pyramids, which in effect that's what they are. But
Yeah. No, I was looking at the sort of base thing with the green squares and the sort of turrety type corner things and whatever.
yeah, that is the base, and a lot of what we've actually, the majority of what we've built today, you can't see. It's underneath the.
Oh, is that a table it's resting on? The white thing. That's a table it's resting on, isn't it?
It is built by the Swedes. Up the Swedes.
I mean, IKEA.
Yes.
Is it going to be able to survive the weight of this mighty model?
It will. I stood on it before the stream.
Do you believe the video's catching up? A white thing. That's the table it's resting on. No, it's not. It's still 30 seconds behind.
It's 22 seconds behind.
Yeah, it was nearly a minute behind at one point.
We've got 6 lampposts left.
Oh, what? Just Cora Digest. Holy rude word. President.
Holy rude word, president.
It's just cut the other word. Holy rude word. President Trump has just posted that there are only 2 options left to deal with ill.
Huh?
Illegals. Deport every third world immigrant, illegal alien and American hating visa holder. This is getting serious. Putin said some time ago that he would not start World War III. He's leaving that down to Donald Trump. He didn't quite put it like that, but he said it would be started World War III. So what's your nation the way the UK have, and what's your society collapse into in the oncoming years? I would suggest that Trump actually needs to look at his own country first.
I mean, the way we're going is.
I mean, we might be full of illegal aliens and everything else, but we still have a crime rate considerably lower than the US and a murder rate that doesn't even count in the US.
Tuna Bell says he takes that as a yes. He is late. Yeah, you are. You're a little late, but don't worry. Progress is ongoing. Today is a bit of a slower day because we've just been building the base of what we're building. But other than that, yes,
Yes,
you're
Henry.
all good.
At the time, and we had a discussion about your actions possibly causing the demise of a planet in some far off, outslum part of
Do
the.
you know Tuna Bells?
Yes,
Oh,
I shall be ringing with him tomorrow night.
oh right, okay. Did you see that thing on? I think it was Facebook. This preservation society for a Nimrod at Coventry.
I've heard bits about it.
You know, Coventry Airport is closing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They want to move the Nimrod to a place where it can be looked after and everything. And they're considering how to transport it, and they've got three options. One of which is they can't transport it, so they scrap it altogether. The second is transfer by road, and
Scrap it and try and glue it back together.
yeah, but there's another option they're considering, which is a ferry flight.
Yes.
As far as I can make out, that won't get off the ground.
I have a feeling that the CAA will not allow it. Or they will be instructed by the government not to allow it.
I don't see how, though. I know they don't like the idea of civilians and hobbyists flying around in massive, great big jets, but other than that, you could always get the RAF to fly it.
Well, several RAF pilots have offered to fly it. But unfortunately, our somewhat paranoid government sees it as a four-engine bomber, and they don't like the idea of that in civilian hands and out of military control. It's not. It's bloody airliner, basically.
Why don't they hand it over to the military so they can fly it to another location?
Well, yeah, there might be insurance problems, probably. But I mean, you can get military pilots who could fly it. There are military pilots who still have, at least in theory, enough experience to fly it.
Well, I think they just should. It would be spectacular. I mean, it hasn't been retired for all that long.
Quite a few years now.
It's only about 10 years, isn't it?
I think it might be more than that. It's shocking when you actually look and realise just how long some of these aircraft have been retired.
June 2011. Oh, July 2011. Have you died?
Yeah, well, there you are. That's 14 years. So, yeah, you weren't far out.
Tuna Bells says there's no bells on this live stream. Well, there were earlier on.
Yes, well, you missed them, Henry. You should have been on at the start. Really unlucky, there will be more.
Unlucky? What do you mean, unlucky? I want to know what those... Oh, we get to make some mega trees in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Right. We've now got to go and spend some time over at the build station to place down all of these 48 lampposts and 8 trees. So far, you get 1 tree per green pad. 1 tree per green pad. Then 1 tree per like outer section per walkway. And then a lamppost to fill in all of the gaps. Right. Have you noticed in the news about the weather coming up?
What weather?
You know, like in the sky.
Yes, what's it going to do?
Well, everyone keeps saying it's gonna snow. Not down in your place, but like in our place and
This
Norfolk.
is Torquay, madam. We don't have snow here.
Since when have I been a madam?
Since I decided to misquote on Monty Python, not Monty Python, the other one.
Towels.
That's the one.
Yeah, it was. Everyone's saying that there's going to be snow in the new year.
Well, it's a fairly safe bet there will be snow somewhere in the new year, yeah.
They're like across the entire country.
Except Torquay.
Except Torquay.
Yes.
Don't snow in Torquay.
Guards of Babylon, the Sydney Opera House and herds of wildebeest sweeping majestically across the plain.
Yes. I mean, we're meant to get snow on
and furry hats. I'm putting my furry hat on because I'm cold.
Friday and then overnight into Saturday. But it's so far out at the moment you can't really tell. And what about Norfolk? Because I need to go up there.
There's 5 watching now, so presumably then
Saturday.
Henry's left.
Into Sunday. All of Sunday.
I've now got to start keeping half an eye on the other bloody chat so I know what he's moaning about.
Yeah, I need to go up to Norfolk at some point. Anyway, right. Let's go. I'm going to go over to the build station to place down all of these trees and lamp posts. Right. So, I won't be able to hear you for a little while, Prof Moose.
Why not?
Because I've got headphones on, but they're wired and
Oh.
reach. So.
Oh, good. So I can say what the hell I like and you won't know. Brilliant.
Oh, I will, because I'll be able to listen to the stream.
Oh, rats.
Right, see you in a bit.
Just in case he's lying, everybody leave.
That's funny. That's hilarious. You are a comedy genius.
I know.
Right. Let's head over to the... we'll do the trees first. So we have 1 tree per green bit, and then 1 tree per outer bit. That's the plan, anyway.
That didn't work. We've now got 6 people watching.
Right. 1 tree. 2 tree.
The problem is we can't actually see what you're doing with them.
Tree.
No, not 3-3.
4 tree.
The
5
tree
tree.
fall would be really horrendous.
6 tree.
Yeah, for those of you again watching, don't know what I'm barking on about, just look up tree 3 on Google and see what happens. It's not rude. It's not rude. I can guarantee it is perfectly safe for family viewing. It's just that most people won't understand it. It also makes quite a big mockery of all this nonsense floating around about this massive, great big number that's just been found on the internet. It was found in 1974, I think, and it's nothing compared to tree 3. Literally, it doesn't exist when you compare it to tree 3. Oh, look at that. Money. It's lucky I nearly threw that in the bin.
Unbelievable. Right. Anyway, continuing on. Let's put down some lampposts. All of these wretched lampposts.
That's interesting. Why do I do that? Nothing.
We'll have to come back for some more in a minute.
I say doodly do. That's interesting. Why do I do that? Nothing. I say doodly do. Yeah, that's a 35-second lag at the moment. I still haven't looked to see what they're moaning about.
Right. So
It's all very well, but we can't actually see what you're doing.
back hurts like mad
By
bending
the
over.
time you get to hear this, or they get to hear this, you might have corrected that. Lag at the moment, folks, is 32 seconds. Oh, look at the coordination on picking up those bits of tree.
That looks about right, doesn't it? Short of lampposts. Feeling. considering how many we built, we are short of lampposts. Oh, I know what I've done. Right. That's going to be painful to correct.
Pointy.
I have to sit down to do that. Right. So,
It's really possible to earn real cash just by watching YouTube every day. Not with English like that. No, it isn't.
I knew there was logic behind it. As to why I didn't do anything about it,
The American language, it's totally
that's on
incomprehensible.
me. That's got all of that, that's got that. We're still overrun by lampposts. Interesting, we've got two things missing there. Got one. I suppose some level of randomness is good. I presume we're going to need some of these blocks for trees. We covered everything up? I think we might have done. Wait, so we've got two missing blocks there, which be a mistake. Right. There's that missing block I dropped. Okay. There are those two plates. I would rather like them. Good. Right. Right. Okay. Oh. That's where a
I'm
lot
waiting
of
for
them
what
go.
your lips are saying to arrive so I know where we are.
Come again?
Well, you're on screen with your headphones on talking, and I've got no idea what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just mentally plotting what I've done wrong. We need. Some of them have still got double lampposts. We can sort that out later on. Right. What's next? Big fauna. Fauna.
Flora?
Thank you. I've been saying it wrong for so long. It's become a problem. This is bag 17. That's bag 18. Now, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, my thinking for what we're going to do is, because I'm pretty sure box 2 is the start of the actual build, if you like. We will start box 2 tomorrow. We've got 2 bags left of this, but we can play, I don't know, a bit of Minecraft, perhaps, to take us up until 10 o'clock. Sounds like a plan. And then 12 o'clock tomorrow, we will start the build. Which, yeah. Because, like, it's in 2 sections now after we've built the base. You've got the lower portion, and then you've got the higher portion. But apart from that, the building doesn't come in 3 sections. You have lower or upper, and then base level. We've done the base level, so we're going to have to divide 2 boxes worth of building into one. That's the plan. Or 2 boxes worth of stuff into 3 streams. But we should be okay, because if I plan out everything correctly, the Tuesday stream will carry on till 10:30 or whenever it ends. But I will go at about 7 o'clock-ish. And we will have a recap during that evening. It'll be like movie night with Ringer Ollie. Is my thinking. I don't know. I haven't worked it out yet. We will know a lot more tomorrow at the rate at which we're building. But I don't expect to. I don't know. I mean, at the rate we've done today, we could very well finish it a day early, which would be rather insane. You never know. We never know. And this is the thing with big builds, in that, you know, we've effectively, apart from these trees, this flora, we have built an entire box in, well, I've been deliberately for the last few hours eking it out a bit. We built an entire box in 7 hours. So we're on track. We're on track. All good. So we should be good. It's all under control. With that being said, my hands hurt a lot. An incredible amount. There is a lot of pain in me at the moment. Well, that's quite pretty. Oh, I'm going to like them. Look at that. They look like Mendip ropes. A set of ropes from Stanway in Gloucestershire.
I believe Mendip have stopped trading completely now.
Yeah, I heard the same. You'll see it come up on the stream in a minute. Right. Yeah, getting more. What would you look at? Sussex weather and the southeast. Joined. Everyone is saying snow. We've been looking at we'll get it up in a bit. We'll go onto the computer and we'll do some digging. Ah, yes. Prof Moose. You might be able to help us with this. Or not really help us, but shed some light while I do some building to take the heat off of me having to stoke conversation. We saw this morning, we were discussing the fact that call changes had been rung at Woodbridge for morning Eucharist service.
Yes, but isn't that what they normally do?
Every single week without fail, and then they put it on bellboard.
Yes, they're allowed to put it on bellboard, but you have to question the mentality of the people posting it rather than anything else.
Yes, very true. But that's not so much what we're talking about, but Woodbridge is very close to RAF Woodbridge.
It's close to Bentwaters.
Which is the other side of the
what bloody hell did that stupid flying saucer pop down? It wasn't a good place, you know. No, Can't remember what it's called.
Rendlesham.
That's it, Rendlesham Forest.
Yes. So
Where E.T. and his mates popped down for a quick slide drink before their parents found out they'd gone missing.
yes. Well, I very briefly mentioned to the viewers at the time the not so much the intricacies of the Rendlesham Forest incident, and I thought you would like to explain what this is to the viewers while I open the next two bags.
What, Rendlesham Forest?
Yes.
No, I can't remember the dates. But yeah, there was...
Today marks the 45th anniversary of it.
Oh, it was around New Year, yeah, so they were probably all drunk as well, which doesn't help. I mean, I don't know when New Year is, yeah. Yeah. Which was it they saw it from? Was it Woodbridge or the other one?
Bentwaters. I think they came from Bentwaters.
Yeah, well, anyway, the military people I think they saw a flying saucer. Mm. Drink enough, you do actually see flying saucers. But you have to think the right stuff. I'm not encouraging people to drink, by the way, really don't, because if you start seeing flying saucers, death is not far away. And yeah, it was quite a famous incident, actually. It was reasonably well investigated, and some of the stories don't line up, which kind of adds to its authenticity. It's a long time since I've looked at it, but it was quite exciting. And it happened over Christmas, New Year, sometime back. It's East Sussex. I think both airfields are now closed, but there was RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge. They're quite close together, and in between them runs Rendlesham Forest. So if you research Rendlesham Forest and flying saucers, you can read the whole story, and you can read several versions of it. And there's enough cohesiveness between the two, between the stories, all of them, to make it kind of interesting. And there's even a little sort of memorial, if you like, to flying saucers and things, which isn't saucer shaped, in the middle of the forest, which you can find on Google Earth or Google Maps. It's actually quite clearly marked as a tourist attraction.
But have you heard? Have you heard of the new movie that they've brought out? It's not really a movie. It's more of a something for the I want to say victims. No, the witnesses to share their story. They brought a lot of them together, and it's called Capel Green. And did you hear about the version of events that occurred at Capel Green?
No, this is a new one.
Ah, so that or according to the witnesses, the Rendlesham Forest incident was on one occasion, I think, because it happened over 2 nights, the 26th of December and the 28th of December. And the 26th of December was in Rendlesham Forest, which is where you get that famous Holt memo and tape recording.
That's it, Colonel Holt.
Yes, Colonel Charles I. Holt. He
recorded. Holt. Yes, that's the wrong accent. But
yes, but that was
Jack.
one event, and I believe that was the 26th of December. And then on the 28th of December, the lights returned. And obviously today is the 28th of December. It is the 45th anniversary of the incident today. And they say, or the witnesses say, that the event on the 28th didn't so much happen in Rendlesham Forest. It happened slightly out of the forest. And if you go through the forest and out one edge of it, you get to a little cluster of houses, and there's not really anything there, called Capel Green. And it's effectively a road with a farm, and that is all. And you might remember that in the incident, and when they describe it, they talk about light coming from a farmhouse in the distance.
Yes, there was also the lighthouse, which has now disappeared, I believe.
Yes, the Orford Ness lighthouse.
Yes.
the incident that occurred on this day 45 years ago was centered largely not in the forest but at Capel Green. And they claimed that the craft was seen in the forest, but then moved away from the forest and out of the forest into this kind of open, largish field. And this is where the base officers, Jim Peniston and Edward Kapanasag, followed it to the field, entered the field, and came across this orb of light, and they say it was dripping certain things, and was there in the field, and that's where they got a lot of the close-up details of it. And they claimed that they saw, I think it was Jim Peniston recorded seeing at the edge of this like craft light certain glyphs and like hieroglyphs and things like that, writing or symbols, and he couldn't understand it, and it just looked like patterns to him. And then
Are they the patterns that are on the monument in the forest?
I can't remember exactly. They could very well be, because
I have seen somewhere some supposed UFO copy which does have what appears to be hieroglyphics on it.
yeah, and well, he saw these hieroglyphics on it and didn't think much of it. And then a few days, or it might have been months after the event, he had this really, really vivid dream where he saw these hieroglyphics again. And when he was having this dream, he reached under his bed and got a notepad out and draw what he was seeing in his head. And again, he did that, then went back to bed. And it was only 30, 40 years later, it was about 5 or 6 years ago, he came across this notepad with all of this writing in. So I don't think it is what's on the craft on the memorial, because they only came across it relatively recently. But he's come out and started speaking about it a little bit. There's a few interviews online with Colonel Holt talking about it. So they are starting to come out, but there's a great amount of detail about what actually happened at Capel Green specifically, enough for them to make a documentary called Capel Green. And that's where they say that they saw this light, and there was all of this kind of government interference where they said that, oh no, it's the lighthouse. Despite the fact that, the most obvious thing is that these people have been on this base for years. They're very experienced. Why, out of all of the nights they were there, did they mistake the light from a lighthouse some 20 miles away, 15 miles away, to be something so obscure as a UFO? It doesn't wash with me, I'm afraid.
Isn't there another problem with the lighthouse? Something to do with its elevation, and would you have seen it at all?
Well, yeah. They claim that they've done
at that rate, it's not going to be illuminating the inside of Rendlesham Forest, that's for sure.
Yeah, and someone says that point has been raised a few times, and they said, but if you listen back to Charles Holt's memo and listen to what he's saying, if you then overlay that with a recording of the lighthouse, when he explains there's a flash of light in the forest, and there it is again, it's at the right intervals for it to be a lighthouse. That's their argument.
It has to be at the right intervals for it to be a specific lighthouse.
Yeah, for it to be, well, yeah, but that's the kind of reasoning they had behind it. But I'm convinced that you couldn't see the lighthouse from the forest or from the bases or wherever it is.
There must be a an app somewhere on the internet that we could put the appropriate figures into, the elevation of the observer, the elevation of the light source, that would tell us.
Do you fancy doing that?
Anyway, it's not impossible that the light could be seen at 20 miles, but it'd be nice to make sure.
It's not impossible, but it is improbable, or something like that. I don't know. Rendlesham has been a fascinating thing I have looked into for years and years. And they released a book, and I'm still yet to get it. I need to try and find it, but you can't find. I tend to only get books on like second-hand sites because the price of books new are just extortionate. But this book I don't think is published anymore. It's called Left at East Gate, and it's all about Rendlesham, and I would quite like to get it. And it's written by, I think, Jim Penniston, and But yeah, we can listen to once we finish building this flora, we can listen to the cult tapes.
Yeah, that might be quite interesting.
Because I've got a recording of them. Yeah, it's like along with Rendlesham, there are a few other sightings which are in the history books of the country in terms of stuff like this. Do you remember? Have you heard of the Ilkley Moor incident?
Remind me of it. Yes, I have heard of it, but I can't remember it.
So I'll get exactly what they say. Ilkley Moor incident. So it's listed online as the Ilkley Moor UFO incident. This was December 1987, so this was 1st of December 1987. And so 7 years-ish after Rendlesham. There was an alleged UFO incident on Ilkley Moor on the 1st of December 1987. A retired police officer claimed that he had been abducted by aliens while on a morning walk and briefly held on their craft before being returned to the moor. The man took a photograph of the moor, which he said shows one of the aliens that abducted him. Photograph subsequently became a news story in the UK. It has been cited as one of the strongest pieces of evidence that we have had extraterrestrials visit Earth. But then, of course, by skeptics, they say it's been described as incredibly blurry. And they've also dismissed the incident as a hoax, saying that the photograph shows something else, such as a man or a cardboard cutout. I haven't got much background, but is there a picture? Is there an actual image of the alleged? Yeah. It's no, it doesn't work. There is an image of it, but it's a bit shady. But Ilkley Moor, I'm undecided about it because, of course, there's it was on a BBC radio thing I was listening to. Todmorden in.
Actually, Todd Morden.
Is it Todd Morden?
I think so.
or wherever
It's
it is.
Midlands area, isn't it?
It's in Yorkshire.
No, yeah, okay, it's a bit beyond the Midlands then.
Todmorden. I think it's Todmorden. A police officer called I've forgotten. Alan Godfrey. I've not forgotten. Alan Godfrey was driving. It was overnight. He was on patrol, and he got a call into the police police station in Todmorden, claiming that there are lots of cows had come loose from a field and were roaming around the village, the town. So he went out and investigated and found the cows in the field. And he did a circuit of the fields and whatever, and was driving back. This was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Was driving back and found those same cows in the field over the road from where he had seen them. Again, locked up in the field. And he thought, this is odd, but thinks nothing of it and goes back to the station. And then when he gets to the station, he gets another report that these cows are out of the field again. He goes out. Before he gets back to where he was and where the cows were, they might have been sheep. It's irrelevant. He was driving along a road and saw this light in front of his police car. And as he gets closer, he sees that it's not so much a light, but it's like a roundish shaped craft, and like a oval kind of thing, and was hovering above the road and rotating. And it's rotating not that fast, but at a speed which he then gets out a notebook and starts drawing what he's seeing. And as he's drawing this craft, it comes over the top of his car. He blocks out the light, and it's gone. And then when he looks up, he sees that, and it had been a damp evening, a wet evening, the road underneath where this craft had been was completely dry. And all of the kind of leaves and stuff that were being pulled up by this rotating thing were all nestled in like a circle. That was the first kind of thing. But then he also remembers that around the same time, it wasn't the same day, but roughly the same point of the year, a person had gone missing, and was later found, or his body was found on the top of a coal heap. His name was Zygmunt Adamski. Like that. And I think it was Zygmunt Adamski. And he found his body on top of a coal heap. But this coal heap was perfectly pristine. However, unless he had, how could he get up there? Because there were no footprints in this coal heap. It hadn't been disturbed in any way. And just his body was found on the top with like a black tarish kind of substance on his head, and there were no cuts or bruises or anything, except that his clothes had been like, his shirt had been buttoned up all wrong and all of that. And it became clear to him when he saw this body that this man had been dressed after death. But how did he get on top of the coal heap? That's the question, and he still doesn't know. So yeah, it's all a bit interesting when it comes to the Todmorden case. Then you've got Rendlesham, and you've got Ilkley Moor, Dudley Dorito, Bonnie Bridge, things like that. There are lots of cases that are. He did his mini ring earlier. Yes, I did. There were bells, and there's been a bell ringing video. There's been lots of bells. You've missed out.
Are you responding to tuna fish, whatever it's called, tuna bells?
Yes. Well, Owen was responding to tuna bells.
Oh, good. Let's have a look.
So, yes, we're building trees. I'm doing it very randomly.
Yeah, somebody also needs to explain to Henry that the world does not revolve around bells.
Oh, it does.
No,
Devon
it
Ringer
doesn't.
Ewan, I've asked at my local tower to do some Devon call change ringing.
Is that somebody talking to?
Yes.
Yes.
But I think Ewan has gone.
He might pop back.
The comment earlier was interesting, though,
Which one was that?
as to why I haven't heard from him.
I did hear it, but I've forgotten it.
Rumours coming from someone at Mancroft. I will let you decide who.
Yeah, you don't talk about that because this is fairly open and being broadcast to the world.
Oh no, well, it's been broadcast to the world already, so.
Yes, but you don't really want to do it on YouTube.
I am going to 8th of March. Check back. Has Prof Moose heard about last year's stream? What happened on last year's stream, Owen?
What were you building last year?
Notre Dame.
Yes, I think I would quite like that one.
What happened last year's stream, Owen? I hope everyone's enjoying me building this flora in all of its finery. All the things popping around on your stream like orbs and stuff. Oh, yes. Prof Moose?
Yeah?
All the things popping around on your stream like orbs and stuff.
Orbs don't pop up on my stream. Don't think they do.
They did on mine. For everyone to see. You missed out. Did you not see the orbs?
No, I didn't.
Oh, we had a number of orbs. We also had a whistle as well.
I don't think I've ever whistled on my stream.
I had a whistle, but I wasn't actually talking at the time. It was yes. I think it was paranormal. Right. Okay, that's tree number 2 done. Looks like a bit of broccoli. To be honest, last year's stream was excellent. Well, so far, this one's going pretty damn well. There's just a lot of building before we actually start building the building. So
I still want to know what happened in last year's stream that was so exciting.
we
Or
had
bad.
orbs.
Oh yeah, vaguely remember something. Was it? Yeah, it was lens aberration or something weird going on with the magic pixies.
No, it was actual light orbs.
Yes, that's what you'll get with an aberration in the lens. It will appear to be an orb or something floating across, although some were quite convincing.
Yes, and then how do you explain the whistle?
I don't remember the whistle.
Oh, there was a whistle, and if you listen to paranormal whistles and stuff like that, they were very, very similar.
Hmm.
Right. It was, yes, it certainly was. Well, I'm obviously nothing's for certain, but I am convinced. Okay. Right. More orbs. Not orbs, what are they called? Flora or fauna or whatever it is. Right. Tree. Oh, I'm missing a bit. Tree.
Oh God, it's only 8:30.
Right. Tree. How many tree? Oh, 8. Blooming hell. Oh, I've put my tree on backwards.
Don't tell me I have a new message when I don't have a new message. Naughty phone.
Is your phone Scandinavian?
Motorola, I don't know where it was made.
China.
There,
Vietnam or
all
something. Right. I have a great feeling you receiving this. I hope so. I think I will. I mean, we're on track at the moment, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Constructing trees is great fun. Not. It just hurts. I think you should do more streams as I like watching them. Yeah, they are good fun, but they are quite tiring to make. So they won't be too often. But yeah. They're nice to watch, but actually doing them, they're like really rough. They look like the trees at the Lego Notre Dame. Yeah, they are. I think they're the same kind of same thing. And I remember last year them being very, very painful, so nothing changes. Tuna Bells. Tuna Bells says hello.
Oh, he's back. Good.
Did you nag him?
No, I mentioned we were talking about aliens and gave instructions on how to avoid detection, or actually what aliens do to you.
Ah, he says, is Tim still here? Yes.
Yes, because I've just been speaking, Henry. Pay attention.
Right. Are you trying to communicate with aliens? Because that's what it sounds like.
Well, I'm watching some.
Well, perhaps.
Yes, I've got no idea what that's about.
All right. Yes.
And I can't. Microscope. Okay.
It was echoing quite a lot. Boop. Boop. You would have to leave the planet to do that. Well, I don't know. Prof Moose has. Tuna Bell says, oh, thanks, Tim.
Yes, I am. For Henry, I don't know whether it's lagging huge amounts for everyone else as well, but we'll assume it probably isn't, in which case Henry needs to pay attention.
What a scallywag.
Maybe, of course, being where he is, the magic pixies are a little bit backward, and it's taking time for things to filter through.
It's possible. Tuna Bell says, Tim Oosp.
Yes, I noticed the oos, but this is a special Henry spelling. I don't quite know what it means. I think it means oops.
Oh.
Mind you, okay, well, I have to read this. Shoppers in Truro were left gasping for air yesterday after an impatient man allegedly cleared a clothing shop returns queue using nothing but his bowels.
No way.
Eyewitness Brett Hall said the scene went from calm to chaos in minutes. He told us there were about 20 people waiting to return clothing and it was moving really slow. I could hear a bloke at the back moaning about the country is a mess and he just wanted to return some jeans. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned sour. Brett explained. The man shouted, "Right, that's it. I thought I was going to ask for the. I thought he was going to ask for the manager, and then I heard it. It sounded like a dinosaur roaring with a mouthful of gravy at a high-pitched crescendo, but wet sounding. Within seconds, shoppers were covering their noses and scattering. The smell engulfed the store immediately, Brett added. It smelt like musty boiled cabbage. It made me feel ill knowing I had actually breathed it in.
Oh no.
As the queue vanished and the shoppers ran for some fresh air, the man reportedly smiled, shouted, Oh, is it my turn already? And casually walked to the empty till, wading through his own pong. Brett added, it was like the parting of the Red Sea. I could tell he had no problem finishing the sprouts this Christmas. We contacted the store, who confirmed that they had to open the front doors for an hour to let the air to air the place out. Ew.
And when did you do this?
No, this wasn't me. This was someone in Cornwall.
Yes, it could very well have been you.
In Truro. So it's completely understandable. They're a bit odd in Cornwall.
Did
They
this
have big
actually
miles.
happen? Is this on a reputable? Is this on like BBC or something?
Cornish news. It may have happened. It may not.
When was this news story published?
On Facebook 11 hours ago.
By Cornish News.
Yes.
I'm going to have to see if I can validate this story.
Bakery in Denmark sells bright orange Donald Trump moron cakes. That's from the London Economic. Oh no. No.
Yes, the headline is Impatient Shopper Clears Returns Queue with guff that sounded like, quote, dinosaur gargling gravy. Oh no. Oh, Tuna Bells left a comment which I now have to decide whether I want to show it.
Well, I am hugging meatball.
I am hugging a ball of meat. Hello again. I have IBS. Oh, this comes from Liam. Liam has IBS. Tim, did you know this?
What?
Liam has IBS.
Where's the bit about Liam? Who is Liam?
It's just underneath Tuna Bells is meat.
It says, no, Henry, you be good with that hamster or I will hurt you a lot.
He's not eating. He's not eating his hamster, is he?
He'd better not be.
Have you ever eaten hamster?
No.
Oh, have I told you about the story? There's a ringer of ours at my tower that went to university in Bradford. And Bradford, obviously, back in the whenever he was in university, so probably like 18. No, I'm checking. 19 something. The 60s or 70s, 80s maybe. I don't know. Bradford was well known that it had lots of curry houses for the students.
I believe it still does.
Yeah, well, these curry houses. What are you listening to?
It's all right. I'm just watching a tutorial on doing the airwalk. I can't. My knee won't let me.
Well, these students of this, they were waiting, himself included, was waiting inside this curry house one evening, and they always kind of made a joke that the curries at these Bradford curry houses were unidentified pieces of meat swimming in grease. And that was the kind of joke until they were waiting inside one of these curry houses for their order one day. And it got raided by the food hygiene people. Who found half an Alsatian in the back.
Oh yeah, that story's going around about the Chinese in Newton Abbot as well.
Tuna Bells says he owns a tailor's bell.
Yes, he does.
Size, weight?
Small, about 100 weight.
Huh? Come again?
It's small, about half 100 weight.
Oh, why?
Because it's not big.
No. Right. Is everyone enjoying me building trees? This is the peak of
I'm
YouTube.
watching the Stranger set of
You're what? Whatever you're doing, it's causing the connection to lag.
Okay, perhaps we better not do that anymore.
Right. So we've got lots of ow.
Why does everything on social media have to come with a soundtrack these days?
It wasn't that story about the gravy, was it?
No. That unfortunately doesn't come with the soundtrack.
I was gonna say.
Oh, bloody hell. It's...
So
Must be like year 9 or year 10 changing rooms after PE on this.
what are you on about?
The comment section. Mine's 30.8 kilos.
Oh, stop, please. Right. Moving on. These trees are... They're great, but when you have to build as many as I am...
How many trees is it you've had to make?
I've built 5, I'm on my 6th, and I've got 2 more to do.
So 8.
Yes.
Not a lot then.
Have you seen how I'm having to do these? You should watch the kind of process these trees I'm having to go through. I've been at them for the last half an hour.
That's because you keep talking instead of getting on with it.
No, I'm talking while building.
Dear lordy, the conversation is actually getting quite entertaining. There's no point in shouting at Simon because he's probably not watching it.
How many bells do you own, Ollie?
That'd be presumably you then.
That's me. Over to me. I've got. Are we including dumbbells?
With and without.
Well, I've got 3 dumbbells, 8 Higby bells, and up there I've got about 50-ish servants bells, which I still can't forgive Ivan for stopping tuning them because they would have made a really good carillon.
Was it Ivan tuning them?
He used to tune them, but I got these bells after he stopped doing them.
Yeah, he went through a bit of a rough patch.
Yeah, he's making lots of stuff for Hout work now.
Helped work, yes. Yes, he is. Some of it's quite good, actually.
Barrett Audio.
Yes.
No, I've seen some of the sample packs he's done, and they are very nice.
A clever boy. They're not easy to do.
Prof Moose, did you know that why oop?
Oh, is it Henry's writing again?
No, this is Liam. It's actually possible to make a dumbbell bell frame out of uni-strut metal.
Yes, it is.
What is
It-
uni-strut metal?
Look it up. It's actually possible to make a dumbbell frame out of more or less anything, although plasticine does tend to wobble a bit, as would fishing line or anything particularly.
Paper.
But yeah, you can. People do make them out of bits of old furniture and all sorts.
Tuna, Tuna Bells says Meatball has gone up his sleeve.
Meatballs the hamster.
Oh, so he can eat it then.
No, he can't eat the hamster.
But it's Meatball.
It's called Meatball. It's actually a very sweet little hamster.
Have you met Meatball?
I have met Meatball, yes.
What did Meatball think of you?
Meatball's ever so friendly. He begged me to take him away from Henry.
What's the lifespan of a hamster?
I don't know. It's not long. It depends on how many pythons there are around, but uninterrupted by pythons and people's big feet, I don't think it's long anyway. 2 to 3 years.
How old is Meatball?
Oh, he's not very old. I think he's coming up to about a year.
So he's about halfway through his life.
Yeah. He's very sweet.
Isn't Meatball a 55-year-old? No, that's Meatloaf. I'm pretty sure Meatloaf is dead now anyway. Are you Googling Meatloaf?
No, I'm not. I'm writing to the other director.
No, he's less than a year old. Okay, so
Yeah.
he's probably like a third of his way through his life.
Or 2/3, or any fraction less than 1, really.
He could be like 99, like 1/99th the way through his life. But I mean, if he sees Tim again, there's always a chance,
We get on very well.
He might develop something like, I don't know, chronic fatigue syndrome. Something from running in his wheel. Does Meatball have a wheel? Or is it a bit like Father Ted that he has a miniature bike which has brakes that fail? And you have to tell Meatball to stop running in his wheel. It makes too much noise. I'm hoping some clarity can be shed on Meatball.
Yes, well, that's down to to Henry to answer.
Yes, Henry says Meatball loves his wheel. Church Lee Bells says, I wouldn't recommend watching Kyle the Ringer's recent ringing up video. It's just more. Or style. I don't.
It's more bleh.
I don't tend to watch Kyle the Ringer.
No, I don't. It caused me a lot of trouble, actually. So no, I don't.
No. Yeah.
Comes along, steals my bloody videos, and then when you complain about it, he goes off and starts screaming blue murder about how you tried to hang him or something.
Yeah, he has he's stolen quite a few people's videos, I think.
He's stolen just about any video with bells on. It's stolen. I think there is some of his original work on his channel, but not much.
I saw a video which was like, I'm not going to start criticizing anyone in particular, but I saw a video recently of a mobility scooter. I think it wasn't so much I was searching it up; it just got recommended to me. He was like reviewing a mobility scooter or something.
What, Kyle?
Yeah.
Right.
And he said he was like test driving a new mobility scooter, and he then did a video like it was like the next video on in this recommended playlist, and it was like a video of him riding the scooter or something. I think it was, or it might have been the bike or something. He was riding something, and he was talking about when he went round. He was like going in Barrow in Furness, and he like crashed the bike or the mobility scooter or something, either into someone or something. Anyway, he crashed it, and he was talking about that, and that the person or the object he crashed into and its owner was irate or something like that. So, yeah.
I wouldn't have thought irate was a Kyle type word. It's more your type of word. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think I would be.
Yeah, it's something happened anyway. There was a crash of some sort, and that's the video I watched. But other than that, no, I don't tend to watch the videos. Which is
I
probably
saw one involving a single bell, and I think it was a single bell somewhere around Southport,
everyone's
which came to
seen
a
that.
very abrupt end. But the original uncut version had already been released by persons unknown.
Yes, no, I've seen the original uncut version. I've also oh no, I did see another video somewhere of he snapped a rope, or there were two ropes, different places he snapped a rope at or something.
Yeah, in all fairness to him, ropes do snap from time to time. The sort of places where he's likely to go are likely to have snappy ropes.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
I'm expecting Henry to come across snappy ropes at some point.
What does he ring at Walborough?
Oh, no, all the ropes are all right, but no, he tends to go around and visit towers of dubious standards, shall we say?
Well, like King's Carswell.
Yes.
Has the stretch gone?
I ran one with him the other day, and I was caught out by the lack of stretch.
Oh.
Well, it's only taken 7 years.
Wow.
But those ropes are actually showing signs of wear and coming to the end of their useful life as well. So
Oh. That's a shame because they're quite pretty.
Well, that's all right. Can always go. I mean, everyone does funky sallies.
Yeah, this is true. Right. We've now got some big trees that need to be dotted around our build. Some fauna. I think it's fauna. I can't remember.
Oh, rats! It's been Christmas, hasn't it? Everyone's been out drunk late at night. I should have been down in my my store down in the theatre and having fun.
Huh. Right. Bear with me. I'm
And
going
I
to.
can say this because other Ollie can't hear me because, well, he doesn't do Facebook and things like that.
Ah.
We've had great fun down there in sort of winter time coming up to Christmas by hanging around because there's events that goes to the outside world. And that place is a bit spooky. It's a bit Dickensian around that area. And people hear voices. I can't think where they're coming from.
Hmm.
Best one was there's a couple of bloody squealing, I don't know, I suppose they call themselves women. I'm not sure what species they were. Coming up through using all the bad words about their boyfriends and what they were doing last night and what they were going to do with somebody else's boyfriend tonight, blah, 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 blah. And this big voice booms out from nowhere. I said that when I was alive. Didn't they scream? I mean, they really screamed. They were absolutely terrified. It was great fun. Telling the women going up there nagging their child, they do this, they do the other, keep telling them to lie down. That's quite fun. Might just mention to Ollie that he's supposed to actually be giving me a hand to move these bloody follow spots as well.
Right. Let me just go and place this these trees down. I shall return momentarily.
Plant some trees.
Okay. The trees have been planted, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a few blocks I need to just touch up on, but I'll do that after the stream. Yeah. So that's the end of box 1, I'm pleased to say. In terms of boxes, we are a third of the way through, and we have now finished the ground level of the build. So whatever comes from now onwards is more
Upward.
yes, upward. That's
Or considering the apparent height of it and the fact you live in a cave, it'll be sort of a long because you'll have to lie it down.
Well, I mean, we're going to build it here and then kind of construct it on the table. So it's going to be an interesting experience tomorrow, but we'll see how this goes. And tomorrow I expect to get up to just below or just around the viewing platform at the lower level. Tuna Bells says, Prof Moose's weakness is nuts and cheese.
Yes, and Tuna Bell's weakness is mint, chewing gum. And if Simon was on the thing as well, he'd probably fill us in with a few others.
Mint?
Mint.
What's happened with mint?
He doesn't like it.
Oh. You know, I've got a box here.
Of after weights.
No, they're from Selfridges. They're like Maltesers, but instead of the chocolate, it's got like a minty chocolate.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Mm.
This is my third one of these balls today. A bit like Tuna Bells goes through about 3 hamsters per day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So yeah. Anyway, now that we've finished, these are our spare pieces for I couldn't eat meatball. Are you vegetarian? Anyway, we've got this little tray here. You see it as you can, of our surplus parts, and I'm pleased to say we have not got too many. It's just a lot of this fauna seems to be.
And a wheel.
No, we've got
steering rack.
Surplus
car engine.
No, we've only got little bits of fauna and some long bits and some pins which we used. Oh, the pins were the most painful bit of today. Building this, like underneath where all of the trees are now, is like a lattice work of like. Have you got the stream up?
I haven't at the moment. Give us a couple of minutes.
Okay, well, Lego's got these like pins where you can put them through a block and you can connect blocks next to each other through them.
Oh yeah.
There were hundreds and hundreds of those little pins which connected up everything, like all of the lattice work underneath to give it strength. And we've got 4 of them left over. We've got the top of 1 lamp post and lots of fauna. But other than that, yeah. Tuna Bell says, "Ooh, small Lego, yummy." Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. Anyway, that is that. Shall we now go and have a little look at the Rendlesham Forest incident?
That wouldn't be a bad idea, would it?
I don't know. let's go on a quest, shall we?
Let's go and see if we can find some aliens to play with.
But what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, for us
Can
to
you if you find any, can you make sure they come from Rigel 4? Because by some vast galactic accident, their language is exactly the same as American English.
Oh. That's interesting. Anyway, what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, is we'll have a 5-minute breather while I move everything around and get everything set up, and then we'll be back over there on the computer for a little bit of a deep dive into the Rendlesham Forest incident. So, enjoy the little audio transition, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Righto.
Go on, play the hamster dance. Oh, that's a shirt. I thought I'd gone blind for a moment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We're now looking at the Wikipedia page for the
We've got 2.5 minutes to go yet.
on your thing we have, but in real life, in this we don't. Right. Let's make that a little bit bigger. So this is the Wikipedia page for the Rendlesham Forest incident. To put it into perspective, let's go on Google Maps just briefly, and I'll show you the kind of area we're talking about. So this is the United Kingdom, and here's Ipswich, and it's like the next largest town out of Ipswich is Woodbridge, and Woodbridge Air Base is divided between, there's Woodbridge Air Base and there's Bentwaters Air Base, and they're divided by this forest here, which wraps around Woodbridge and kind of heads up towards Bentwaters. Can you see this, and can you see the stream, Tim?
Not yet. I've got minute and 20 seconds, minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. So we'll get to that. You'll see it in a moment. But
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to reload it and see what happens.
See if it makes it any better. But it's divided by this forest here, and this is called Rendlesham Forest.
Oh, that's better. You can see it now.
Yeah, so this is called Rendlesham Forest. And in relation to where the incident took place, it was largely centred around RAF Woodbridge. And this is the runway, and this is the former RAF Woodbridge. And it's weird to actually look at. It looks like the runway's still there.
It is.
I think the Ministry of Defence, the Ministry of Defence still use the site. They just don't land anything there. It's changed from RAF to Ministry of Defence, or back from US Air Force back to Ministry of Defence. Anyway, this is the base, and this is the alleged kind of area where the incident took place, and you can see that's the memorial. Are we able to? Oh, we can. We can see the memorial. There we go. So if we drop down, yes, look. So they've created this kind of memorial, and that over there says UFO trail and some information about it. And
Bentwaters. That's Woodbridge. I'm looking at the wrong one.
There's a person. Anyway, yes. So that is not so much the shape of the craft or what the witnesses say it is, but they've just put that there to make it fun. But around here, and this is kind of, you'll see here that there's this gap of trees, and there's just not really anything there, and it's a relatively densely packed forest. You can't see through it. I mean, look how dense it is. Other than that, but there's no gaps until you get to this, and it's just a clearing. And back in the 80s, the trees that surrounded this supposed first crash site or landing site, they were all bent and broken and scarred and damaged around here, and everything was disappeared. And there were 3 indentations in the ground, possibly where the model is. We don't know exactly, but there were 3 indentations in the ground, and Colonel Holt created sand mouldings of the indentations, and he has still got these the plaster cast kind of mouldings of the indentations. But this is the alleged site of the first day landing on, I think it was Boxing Day. But then what I was mentioning earlier was there's this talk about Capel Green, and that is actually over here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, here, Capel St Andrew, and this kind of area here is Capel Green, and they say that the majority of the incident didn't so much take place here in this part of the forest, but actually took part in this field and these fields along here. And if we look over here, it is just a field. But they say this is the location of where a craft came down, and they read the hieroglyphics on it, and it was in this field here, not so much in the forest. And I mean, to put it into perspective, the landing site, or the model in the forest, is over here behind those trees. So, you know, there's differing kind of stories as to like what kind of part of this you believe. And this is, of course, I think this is a farmhouse, isn't it? The claimed farmhouse, yes. So they say that they saw the lights from a farmhouse, and I believe that is, or one of the farmhouses on the corner is. And I've been down to this place, and I came along here, and I drove down past the end here, and rather quite fun actually. If you go here, you can still. Oh, can we not? Oh, we can't. Damn it, that's very annoying. But if you, I was driving along here, and I actually pulled up on the side of the road in there, I think. And you can still see the landing lights into the old runway. But if you continue along here, there's a car park. And I didn't park up, but I pulled up here, and I got a zoom lens, and I looked down. And this is the famous East Gate. And it's where all of these stories come from. Like Left at East Gate. Here we go. So there's this book published. Who was it by? Oh, it's Larry Warren. He was another person who claimed to be a witness. But they published this book called Left at East Gate. And this here is East Gate. Can I drop? I saw a thing. Yeah, we can. Yes, so they've made it a bit touristy, and you've got things like UFO Trail and various Rendlesham Forest UFO Trail and all of that. But that is East Gate, and that is where on the first night the guardsmen saw the craft descend. They were looking down the driveway, down towards the forest, and obviously these trees were a little bit smaller, but they saw the craft descend into the forest down there. And obviously, when they get past this gate, it's no longer, and at the time it was a US Air Force base, so it was owned by the US, and they were allowed to do it, and they were obviously armed guards. And to leave the base, they had to get permission. So they got permission from the base to go wandering into effectively public area, public land, with guns. And they drove down to the bottom of the track, through the forest, and got to the landing site. Or what they claimed was the landing site. Williams Brothers UK says you look quite tired. I'm very tired. But you know, we'll get through this. We'll get to 10 o'clock. That's the aim. And we've got, you know, UFOs is a big topic of mine, and I won't get started on crop circles. That's tomorrow's talk. But yeah, so we did this kind of they went over to this thing and they found the craft. But let's have a look. Are you still there, Timmy?
Yeah.
You are there. Okay, right. So they found this this crash site, but we'll go into the Wikipedia article and see what it says. And it gives it's not as detailed as I've read into it, and I've read a lot into this, so I know really, really fine details about it. But we won't go into that. We'll just briefly gloss over what you can find on the internet. That's the plan, anyway. So, the Rendlesham Forest incident was a series of widely reported and unexplained lights near Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk, England, in December 1980, which became linked with alleged UFO landings. The events occurred just outside RAF Woodbridge, which was used at the time by the US Air Force and personnel. The US Air Force personnel, including Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles I. Halt, claimed to have seen things he described as a UFO, and we will go into more detail into specifically what he claimed he saw. The occurrence is the most famous of the alleged UFO events to have happened in the United Kingdom, and is among the best-known reported UFO events worldwide. It has been compared to the Britain's UFO incident, and let me start again. It has been compared to the Roswell UFO incident in the United States, and is sometimes called Britain's Roswell. The UK Ministry of Defence has stated that the event posed no threat to national security, and therefore it was never investigated as a security matter. It's interesting to read there that the Ministry of Defence stated that the event, aren't they alleging that it was a hoax? Or aren't people alleging that it was a hoax? How come the Ministry of Defence states that it was an event and that it posed no threat to national security? Therefore, they have to acknowledge that something happened. Interesting. Skeptics have explained the sightings as a misinterpretation of nocturnal lights, a fireball, like a comet. A comet, a meteor. The Orford Ness Lighthouse, and bright stars. Now let's have a quick look at Orford Ness Lighthouse. This is Orford Ness Lighthouse. And in the great scheme of things, it's not tall. You see some lighthouses that are very tall. This wasn't too tall. It was, how tall was it? Does it say? It was 30 metres tall, 98 feet. So that's relatively small for a lighthouse, personally, I think. And it was built, completed, in 1792. So it was a very old lighthouse. It was demolished in August 2020 because, and we'll have just a quick look. So this is where the alleged landing happened. This is the RAF base the personnel came from, and the Orford Ness Lighthouse was over here, and it was effectively there. It was actually about there, but it's now been lost to sea. And had they not demolished it, it would have fallen into the sea. But I think the lighthouse was there, wasn't it?
He was around there, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's July 2022, so you can't see the thing. What about there? Is that a different one? That's 2017. Can we still see the lighthouse? Oh, I bet it's hidden behind that. That was October 2017, so we should see the lighthouse. Oh. Getting quite far away. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, so there was the Orford Ness Lighthouse. Can we search it up? Orford Ness Lighthouse. Ah, it was there. So there we go. So it's now on what is the beach. But it used to be... There we go. There's the lighthouse. In all its glory. Not a particularly tall lighthouse. But there we go. They claim that what they saw descending into the forest, the US Army personnel, including a very highly what's the word I'm looking for? Highly skilled, experienced. Thank you. Highly experienced US lieutenant colonel misinterpreted a lighthouse for a UFO. That I find difficult to believe. Anyway, and you can see the kind of distance this would have been. Granted, this part of the country is very, very flat. So, anyway.
Yeah, how far is it? Can you measure it on Google Earth or Google Maps, whatever you're on?
Yeah. So, they were at East Gate, which was there. And the lighthouse was there. 10.03 kilometres in a straight line.
It's quite possible, if there's no trees in the way or buildings or hills, that they could see that.
I mean, there's a dirty great big forest in the way.
That would kind of cloud things, but it could also break up the light and make it a bit more confusing. But lighthouse beams tend not to go up and down. They tend to go round and round.
Well, yes, that's quite right. And this is the argument a lot of people say, in that they saw the light descend into the forest and then lift off again, especially at the Capel Green incident. So, yeah, it's difficult. Anyway, let's get rid of that. We'll go back to the incident. So it started. The first part of it started on Boxing Day. And the memo that Colonel Halt created has become relatively popular and very famous in this kind of case, but we'll get on to that. The memo it says here, the 26th of December at around 3 a.m, a security patrol near the east gate of RAF Woodbridge saw lights apparently descending into nearby Rendlesham Forest. These lights have been attributed by astronomers to a piece of natural debris seen burning up as a fireball over southern England at around that time. Servicemen initially thought it was a downed aircraft. According to Holt's memo, upon entering the forest to investigate, they witnessed a glowing object that was metallic in appearance with coloured lights. As they attempted to approach the object, it appeared to move through the trees, and, quote, the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. One of the servicemen, Jim Peniston, Sergeant, who I mentioned earlier, if you remember, later claimed to have encountered a, quote, craft of unknown origin whilst in the forest. Although there were no publicised mention of this at the time, there is no corroboration from other witnesses. Shortly after 4 a.m, local police were also called to the scene, but reported that the only lights they could see were those from Orford Ness Lighthouse, some miles away on the coast. After daybreak, on the morning of the 26th, servicemen returned to a small clearing near the eastern edge of the forest. That would be the landing site we were just discussing with the model, and found 3 small impressions on the ground, as well as burn marks and broken branches on nearby trees. At 10:30, the local police were called out again, this time to see the impressions, which they thought could have been made by an animal. Georgina Bruni, in her book You Can't Tell the People, published a photograph of the supposed landing site, taken on the morning after the first sighting. Let's have a look. Oh, spelling's atrocious. There we go. Did they publish the... So here we go. They've created a few pictures, and they claim you can see impressions or something in the ground. So that's the picture. I think there's additional details elsewhere. That's the first day. The second day was, he's been streaming for like 8 hours. I have been streaming for 9 hours and 39 minutes. And we'll be finishing at around 10 o'clock. So, just to let you know. So, the 28th of December comes. So there was a day in between these two events. 28th of December, Holt visited the site with several servicemen in the early hours of the 28th of December. They took radiation readings in the triangle of depressions and in the surrounding area using and that's a standard radiation reader, a standard US military radiation survey meter. Sorry. Although they recorded 0.07 milliruncheons.
Rungeon, yeah.
Rungeons per hour. In the regions in other regions they detected 0.03 to 0.04 per hour around the background level. Furthermore, they detected a similar small, quote, burst over half a mile away from the presumed landing site. Holt recorded the events on a microcassette recorder, and we will listen to that very recording in a moment. It was during this investigation that a flashing red light was seen across the field to the east, almost in line with a farmhouse. This is the farmhouse we saw earlier. As the witnesses had seen on the first night, The Orford Ness Lighthouse is visible further to the east in the same line of sight, so they managed to discern between the lighthouse and this flashing red light. Later, according to Holt's memo, 3 star-like lights were seen in the sky, 2 to the north and 1 to the south, about 10 degrees above the horizon. Holt said that the brightest of these hovered for 2 to 3 hours and seemed to beam down a stream of light from time to time. Astronomers have explained these star-like lights as bright stars. It shows here a map of the area and the locations, a picture of the supposed landing site, although I think that's more of a picture of Cable Green, but anyway. This is a letter from Colonel Holt, who was the Deputy Base Commander at the time. It says here, Deputy Base Commander. Does it say that? Yes. Deputy Base Commander at the time. And he sent this to the UK Ministry of Defence. Its subject is unexplained lights. It was sent on the 13th of January 81, so 2 and a bit weeks after the event. It says here, in the early hours of the morning of the 17th of December 1980, and this has been reported, it was reported in the Wikipedia article, in that his dates seem to be 1 day out compared to the recordings of the other witnesses. They all seem to be just 1 day too late, so that could have been a mistake on his part. But it's 27th of December 80, approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 US Air Force security personnel patrolmen saw unusual lights outside the back gate at RAF Woodbridge. Thinking an aircraft might have crashed or have been forced down, they called for permission to go outside the gate to investigate. The on-duty flight chief responded and allowed 3 patrolmen to proceed on foot. The individuals reported seeing a strange glowing object in the forest. The object was described as being metallic in appearance and triangular in shape, approximately 2 to 3 meters across the base and approximately 2 meters high. It illuminated the entire forest with a white light. The object itself had a pulsing red light on top and a bank of blue lights underneath. The object was hovering or on legs. As the patrolman approached on foot, it maneuvered through the trees and disappeared. At this time, the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. The object was briefly sighted approximately an hour later near the back gate. The next day, 3 depressions, 1.5 inches deep and 7 inches in diameter, were found where the object had been sighted on the ground. The following night, the area was checked for radiation. Beta and gamma readings of 0.1 milliroentgens were recorded with peak readings in the 3 depressions near the center of the triangle formed by the depressions. A nearby tree had moderate readings on the side of the tree toward the depressions. Later in the night, a red sun-like light was seen through the trees. It moved about and pulsed. At one point, it appeared to throw off glowing particles and then broke into 5 separate white objects and then disappeared. Immediately thereafter, 3 star-like objects were noticed in the sky, 2 objects to the north and 1 to the south, all of which were 10 degrees off the horizon. The objects moved rapidly in sharp, angular movements and displayed red, green, and blue lights. The objects to the north appeared to be elliptical through 8 to 10 power lens, for an 8 to 12 power lens. They then turned full circles. The objects to the north remained in the sky for an hour or more. The objects to the south were visible for 2 or 3 hours and beamed down a stream of light from time to time. Numerous individuals, including the undersigned, i.e. Charles Holt, witnessed the activities in paragraphs 2 and 3. So he was the deputy base commander, lieutenant colonel, and he wrote this and sent it to the US Ministry of Defense. At the time of the investigation and at the time of this incident, in real time, when he went into the forest, he's later explained this away in that he would do this regularly. If he needed to copy something down, instead of taking notes, he would take a handheld cassette recorder and just audio record what's happening so he can type it up at a later date. And there is a recording of his entire time in the forest in real time, what he saw. There were in the recording, it's over like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. The gaps in it when he didn't say anything, they're not in it. So it's all kind of been condensed into 18 minutes worth of audio footage. And it was 4 years after the first event. So 4 years after the event took place, this so-called tape, and it's been known as the Holt tape, was released publicly-ish to UFO researchers. So this tape chronicles Holt's investigation in the forest in real time, including taking radiation readings, the sighting of the flashing light between trees, and the star-like objects that twinkled and hovered. The tape has been transcribed, who includes a link to an audio download, and also a step-by-step analysis of the contents of the tape. So, this is a recording of the tape, and you will see at the bottom of the screen it has captions. So if you'd like to read it as we go, there's no video, it's just this writing, but I will have a listen and we'll listen to it together. So let's go.
150 feet or more from the...
I'll drop in every now and then if I need to say something.
150 feet or more from the initial, I should say, suspected impact point. Having a lift going, we can't get the light all to work. Seems to be some kind of mechanical problem. Let's send back, get another light on. Meantime, we're going to take some readings with the geyser counter and chase around here a little bit, wait for another light on to come back in.
So they're going into the forest at this point.
Okay, we're now approaching area within about 25, 30 feet. What kind of readings we getting? Anything? Just minor clicks. Minor clicks. Reading impressions. There's one. Is that all bigger they are? Well, there's one more well defined. Security control. We're still getting clicks.
Can you post a link in the description?
In the chat?
Yes, or in the description might be better for the recording.
Oh yes, I will do that. Do you want it now or?
It doesn't really matter, but yeah, because I've missed enough of the start, so that I would still be playing catch up.
Oh right. Well, yeah. I'll send it to. I can send it to you. I'll send it to you after the stream.
Yeah, but I mean, other people might like it as well. So
yes, yeah. Well, you can find this on, if you go onto Google and just search up Rendlesham Forest incident. It's on the Wikipedia page. If you scroll down, it's on the right hand side. All of this information. Right. We continue.
Can we read that on the scale? Yes, sir. We're now on the 5/10 scale, and we're reading about third, fourth increment. Okay, we're still comfortably safe here. You don't have a light on? That's ready. Security. Can you have them? There's still minor readings. Second pod indentation. Security. This one's good. Let's go to the third one over here.
actually.
Hey, Josh, that's what I was going to say. Let's go to the center of the area next and see what kind of reading we get out there. You're reading the clicks. I can't hear the clicks. Yes, sir. Got them at the center, Bruce? Okay, let's go to the center. Yes, I'm getting that's the best deflection of the needle I've seen yet. Okay, can you give me an estimation? We're on the .5 scale. We're getting... That's what we at approximately 0125 hours. We're getting right at a half of a millirate. Last point. I haven't seen it go any higher. Okay, we'll go out toward the... Now it's picking up. This is out toward the number one indentation where we first got the strongest reading. Yeah, it's similar to what we got in the center. This might be in the center. Looks like an area here possibly. It could be a blast. It's in the center. That's hard to tell. You gotta take this my fingers about the freeze. Here's two. Up to what? 7. What? Just jumped up to 7 tenths. Yeah. 7 tenths right here in the center? Uh-huh. We found a small blast, what looks like a blasted or scrubbed up area here. We're getting very positive readings. Let's see, is that near the center? Yes, it is. This is what we would assume would be the dead center. Just picking up more as you go along the whole area. Up to 7 tenths? Or 7 units, it's calling on the .5 scale. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we make a sweep? Here, I've got my gloves on now. Let's make a sweep out around the whole area, about 10 foot out, make a perimeter run around it. Starting right back here at the corner. Back at the same first corner where we came in. Let's go right back here. Don't let it depend upon you count the clicks. Okay, let's start it. Then I can put the light on it and sweep around it. It was flat.
So at this point, it should be said that they've personnel have returned to the base and got a new light all because the first ones they had brought out, they couldn't get to work in the forest. They had tested them all and they all worked, but when they got to the forest, they wouldn't work. So they returned to the base, brought some new ones out, and now they're setting them up.
Put it on the ground every once in a while. It looks like an abrasion on the tree. Okay, we'll catch that on the way back. Let's go around. Pull back, hit it there. If there's any interest right over here, it looks like an abrasion pointing into the center. It is. It may be old, though. There's some sap marks or something on it. Let's go on back around. Alright. So it gives some extension on there. Yeah, this is an awkward thing to use, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I can carry it on my ears, but this one broke. Are we getting any further? I'm going to shut the recorder off till we find something. Picking up? What are we up to? We're up to 2-3 units. Deflection, you're getting in close to 1 pod. Picking up something. Picking up. Okay, it's still not going above 3 or 4 units. Picking up more though. More frequent. Yes, you're staying steady up around 2 to 3 to 4 units now. Yeah. One of these trees that face into the blast, what we assume is a landing site, all have an abrasion facing in the same direction towards the center. The same. Let's see anything. Let's go this way around the circle here. Turn it back down here. Picking up something.
So they're now noticing the damage on the trees.
You're right about the abrasion. I've never seen a tree that's, never seen a pine tree that's been damaged react that fast. I got a bottle to put that in. Yeah, you got a sample bottle? Just go ahead. For the soil. Put the soil somewhere there. Yeah, here, sit this on the ground. Notice they're all the same. Okay, from now on, let's identify that as point number 1. Let's stake there. So you all know where it is if we have to sketch it. You got that set, Nevels? Yes, sir. Okay. Closest to the Woodbridge base. Be point one. And let's go clockwise from there. Point two? So this tree is between point two and point three.
That two other personnel requesting to randomly take you at your location.
Negative at this time. We'll tell them when they can come out here. We don't want them out here right now. Okay, the sample, you're going to mark this.
Okay, there's some interference coming from your end, so you might want to mute your microphone at the moment, Tim. While this is playing at the very least. So what's happened now is that they're in the forest. They've found the impressions in the ground. They have found the damage to the trees, and they've not seen anything like it before. They put stakes in the ground where the impressions are. So they're now recording that, but they've just had a radio from the base saying, "Do you need any assistance?" And they've said, "No, we don't need assistance yet. We don't want anyone out here just yet." So that's where they are at the moment. Coming up, you will hear when they see the light in the sky and they see it start descending into the forest. So we will get on to that and we'll hear that in a moment. But I will explain that when it comes along. So we continue.
Sample number one, have them cut it off and include some of that sap and all, is between indentation 2 and 3 on a pine tree about 5 feet away, about 3.5 feet off the ground. There's a round abrasion on the tree about 3.5, 4 inches in diameter. It looks like it might be old, but strange as a crystalline pine samples come out that fast. You say there's other trees here that are damaged in similar fashion? Yes, so I may go toward the center of the landing site. Okay, why don't you take a picture of that and remember your picture, and you got to be writing this down. It's going to be on the tape. Right. Got a tape measure with you? This is the picture. Your first picture will be of the first tree, the one between Mark 2 and 3. Meantime, I'm going to look at a couple of these trees over here.
We are getting some.
You're getting readings on the tree you're taking samples from on the side facing the suspected landing site. 4 clicks max. Up to 4. Interesting. That's right where you're taking the sample now. 4. That's the strongest point on the tree?
Yes, sir. If you come to the back, there's no clicks whatsoever.
No clicks at all on the back. It's all on the
Maybe
side
one,
facing the... Interesting. The indentations look like something twisted as it got, as it sat down on them. Looks like someone took something and sat it down and twisted it from side to side. Very strange. We're looking at the same tree we took the sample off with this, what do you call it, star scope? Star. You're getting a definite heat reflection off the tree, about 3 to 4 feet off the ground?
Yes, where the spot is.
Same place where the spot is. We're getting a heat.
And the spot on the tree directly behind us, I picked up the same thing.
So, just to the new people who have joined and are watching now, we're looking a little bit deeper into the Rendlesham Forest incident that occurred on this day 45 years ago. And what they've done now is they've found the impressions in the ground, and they have they're also now recording heat on the trees and on the tree stems, stalks, trunks. There's heat about 3 to 4 feet up. So there we go. Yeah, we continue.
One off to your right.
3 trees in the area immediately adjacent to the site within 10 feet of the suspected landing site. We're picking up heat reflection off the trees.
Like 5 and
What's that again?
Well, shine a light on again, Bob.
Well, you have trouble hitting it? Yeah.
Get right on the spot, and then when you want them,
okay, turn the light on.
You'll notice the white.
So it's at this point that they notice a new white light in the forest starting to descend into the forest. Well, they're in the forest at the moment, but they're starting to see this light through the trees. This is what they experience from here onwards.
Hey. You're right. There's a white streak on the tree.
Indicates
Let me turn around and look at this tree over here now. Just a second. White streak right on the tree. I can see it. Wait a minute, give me a little sideline so I can find the tree. Okay, off.
Alpha 2 security.
I lost the tree. Okay, stop. Right on. Hey, this is eerie.
What is the hot spots?
This is strange. Here, somebody want to look at the spots in the ground? Whoops, watch your nose. We're walking all over. Oh, careful, sir. Okay, let's step back, not walk all over. Come back here, somebody put a beam on them. But you're going to have to be back 10 or 15 feet. You see it?
Okay, fine.
Okay, lights off.
He took this long to document.
What do you think about the spot? Yeah. Want to see the first spot? Okay, that's what we call spot number 3. Let's go to the back corner and get spot number 1.
My apologies. They're still looking at the indentations and the damage to the trees at the moment.
Spot number 1. Here's spot number 1 right here. Spot number 1 right here. You need some light? There it is right there. You focused? Okay. Look around spot number 1 through the starlight scope.
Take a slight increase in light as I go over.
Slight increase in light at spot number 1. Let's go look at spot number 2. Spot number 2 is right over here. Right here. See it? Okay, get focused on it. Tell me when. Okay. Lights on. Let's see what we get on it.
Slight increase.
Just a slight increase?
Try to center.
The center spot. Well, it really isn't center. It's slightly off center. It's right there.
It's more
Okay. I'm going to get your reading on it right there.
okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
Ready?
Okay, lights on. This is the center spot we're looking at now. We're almost the center.
Yeah, slight increase.
Slight increase there. This is slightly off center toward the 1-2 side. It's some type of abrasion or something in the ground where the pine needles are all pushed back and we get a high reading about deflection of 2 to 3, maybe 4, depending on the point on it.
Want to check it?
Yes. You said there's a positive after effect? Yes, there is definitely. That's on the center spot. There is an after effect.
What does that mean?
It means when the lights are turned off, once we are focused in and allow time for the eyes to adjust, we are getting an indication of a heat source coming out of that center spot, which will show up on heat or some form of energy. It's hardly heat at this stage of the game. Looking directly overhead, one can see an opening in the trees plus some freshly broken pine branches on the ground underneath. Looks like someone came off about 15 to 20 feet up. Some small branches about an inch or less in diameter. 0148, we're hearing very strange sounds out of the farmer's barnyard animals. It's very, very active, making an awful lot of noise.
It wasn't a pigmentation.
You just saw a light where? Wait, where?
Right in this position here, straight ahead, in between the tree. There it is again.
Watch,
Straight ahead off my flashlight there, sir. There it is.
Hey, I see it too. What is it?
We don't know, sir.
Can I get some? Yeah, it's a strange, small red light.
So this is the moment when they see the red light, the red flashing light in the distance through the trees, which has just started appearing since they were in there. They hadn't noticed it before, and this is what they record of that.
Looks maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out. I'm going to switch off. The light is gone now. It was approximately 120 degrees from the site. Is it back again?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the flashlight's in. Let's move out to the edge of the clearing so I can get a better look at it. See if you can get the star scope on it. The light's still there, and all the barnyard animals have gotten quiet now. Yeah, we're heading about 110 to 120 degrees from the site, out through to the clearing now. Still getting a reading on the meter. About 2 clicks. Meter's jumped 3 to 4 clicks, getting stronger.
Now it's stopped. Now it's coming up. Hold up. There we go. It's about approximately 4 foot off the ground. Up to 110 degrees. All right, just turn the meter off. Got to say that again. About 4 feet off the ground, about 110 degrees, getting the reading of about 4 clicks. Yes, sir. Yeah, but excuse me. No, it's dying. No, it's dying. I think it's something other than the ground. I think it's something variable here. Tree right over. We just spoke to the first night bird we've seen. We're about 150 or 200 yards from the site. Everything else is just deathly calm. There is no doubt about it. There's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird. It appears to be maybe moving a little bit this way. It's brighter than it has been. Yellow. It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way. Pieces of it are shooting off. There is no doubt about it. This is weird. To the left. Yeah, definitely moving left. Two lights. One light to the front, okay. One light to the left. Keep the flashlights off. There's something very, very strange. Keep the headset on. See if it gets any stronger. Okay. Give us a rundown. Notation that this is on a beta reading, too. It's on a beta reading? Beta okay. Still has been removed. Okay. Pieces are falling off it again. But it just moved to the right. Yeah. Off to the right. Strange. Oh, wait, why are you going left? Let's approach to the edge of the woods up there. Can you undo a lot lights? Let's do it carefully. Come on. Okay, we're looking at the thing. We're probably about 200 to 300 yards away. It looks like an eye winking at you. It's still moving from side to side. And when you put the star scope on it, it sort of has a hollow center, a dark center. It's like the pupil of an eye looking at you and winking. And the flash is so bright to the star scope that it almost burns your eye. We passed the farmer's house and across in the next field. Now we have multiple sightings of up to 5 lights with a similar shape and all, but they seem to be steady now rather than a pulsating or glow with a red flash. We just crossed the creek, and we're getting what kind of readings now? Getting 3 good clicks on the meter, and we're seeing strange lights in the sky. 244, we're at the far side of the second farmer's field, and made sighting again about 110 degrees. This looks like it's clear out to the coast. It's right on the horizon. Moves about a bit and flashes from time to time. Still steady or red in color. Also, after negative readings in the solar field, we're picking up slight readings, 4 or 5 clicks now on the meter. 305. We see strange strobe-like flashes to the rather sporadic, but there's definitely something, some kind of phenomenon. 305 at about 10 degrees horizon directly north. We've got 2 strange objects, half moon shape, dancing about with colored lights on them. That gets to be about 5 to 10 miles out, maybe less. The half moons have now turned into full circles. As I know there was an eclipse or something there for a minute or two. 0315, now we've got an object about 10 degrees directly south, 10 degrees off the horizon. And the ones in the north are moving, one's moving away from us. Moving out fast. This one on the right checking away too. Yeah, we're both heading north. Okay, here he comes from the south. He's coming toward us now.
So this bit here, I'll play it again from this point onwards. This part here is what people consider to be the smoking gun and the most fascinating part of this 18-minute long memorandum tape recording, is this last 40 seconds.
He comes from the south. He's coming toward us now. Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. This is unreal. 330 or 0330, and the objects are still in the sky, although the one to the south looks like it's losing a little bit of altitude. We're turning around and heading back toward the base. The object to the south is still beaming down lights to the ground. 400 hours, one object still hovering over Woodbridge Base at about 5 to 10 degrees off the horizon, still moving erratic and similar lights and beaming down this area.
Okay, so that was that last 40 seconds or so. They record that this red light, which they had zoomed into through the telescope kind of thing, wasn't appearing through the telescope as a light, just a solid light. It would have a dark center and a glowing outer ring that was so bright it would almost burn your eye. And then, whilst commenting on this this light, they see them move off to the north, and there are two of them, or possibly three of them. I couldn't quite tell, but there were two or three of these lights, and they were starting to drift off to the north. And as they started drifting off to the north, they followed them slightly, and they observed a beam of light coming down to the ground. And what's not clear is whether this beam of light was present during the sighting or it started at that point. But rather interestingly, and one thing I've been looking at this, not this specific recording, but a different recording of the same thing for about 10 years now. And I've had a fascination with Rendlesham for a very, very long time. And one thing I have never been able to quite understand is that there's this recording here, shortened down. I've listened to the whole hour and a bit, 2 hours, with the gaps in to get a full idea of the kind of time frames we're looking at. But they've shortened this down. Nothing's missed out. It's all kind of condensed into 2 minutes, 18 minutes. And throughout this 18 minutes, they detail the investigation and what they're doing and finding the impressions and taking the radiation readings. But the bit I can't understand is it's the last 40 seconds that they record. We see an object. It's beaming light down to the ground. It's moving. We're following it. And then the recording stops. They sign off. It isn't just a clean cut. They sign off, and they seem to be in a slight rush to get back to the base. And they say they're returning to base. They make some final remarks and close off the tape and close off the recording. But it's in that last minute that they sign off. But they also say, we've just seen two lights. They're beaming light down to the ground. They're moving. But that's the end. That's something I've never quite understood, and I've never quite, got a clearer understanding for. And I'm hoping that once I manage to get this book left at Eastgate, and I do a little bit more research into that side of the investigation. I've done years and years of research into this, so I know all the different theories and the different sides of events and different versions of events, and it's with that I have my own opinions of it. But I have not read the book, so until I do that, that might shed some new light, or it might not, but it might have some interesting detail that I haven't read online. So there's that. That is, in effect, the Rendlesham Forest incident. And I should finish off by saying that skeptical analysis. One proposed theory is that the incident was a hoax. The BBC reported that former US security policeman Kevin Cond claimed responsibility for creating the strange lights in the forest by driving around in a police vehicle whose lights he had modified. There is no evidence that this prank took place on the nights in question. So he claimed that they tampered with the lights of a police car and drove around the forest. We've looked inside this forest, and this is the alleged landing site. I mean, if we just drop here, you can see how dense this forest is. I'd like to see him drive around that. It's, I don't know. I don't buy that particular reason. We've got some comments. Do you have a video of Hybrid being rung full circle? Yes, I do. I rang it full circle. You look quite tired. Yeah, I am. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 15 minutes, and we will be ending it shortly. But we'll be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock, so join back then. But so that was one explanation. Other explanations include the incident have included a downed Soviet spy satellite, but again, no evidence has been produced to support this. The most widely accepted explanation is that the sightings were due to a combination of three main factors. The initial sighting at 3 o'clock in the morning on the 26th of December, Boxing Day, was when the airmen saw something apparently descending into the forest. Coincided with the appearance of a bright fireball over southern England, and such fireballs are the common source for UFO reports. Now, I've seen comets and I've seen meteors. They are spectacular. They are really, really beautiful. And it just so happened that one year, it was 2019 or 2020, I was out having a walk. It's a long story, quite complicated, but I won't spoil it. It's nothing, weird, but I was out for a walk, and I looked up, and I just happened to be looking into the night sky, and I remember looking up and seeing this beautiful sky, not a cloud in sight. It was very, very cold, but I was in the middle of, I was in the village where I live, and it was incredibly dark, and the stars were beautiful, as they are most nights when it's clear. But as I was looking and just taking in the stars and looking at it, this, like, straight in front of me, not off to the side, not caught out the corner of my eye, right in front of me, this green meteor came down through the sky, and it was so bright it lit up the sky like it was daylight, and I could see the ground and I could see everything. It was like it was early morning or dusk. There was enough light to go about your business and walk around safely. It was that bright, but only for about 3 seconds or so. So I've seen a light, and I mean, listening to the report and listening to the Holt memo, you can't really. I can't see a way that I could compare the two, because not only do they look very different, meteors and asteroids and things like that, they're moving very, very fast, and they last, if you're very lucky, about 7 or 8 seconds. This clearly lasted a lot longer, and it was hovering. They noted that it was hovering. So the claim that it was a downed satellite or debris, or things like that, like a fireball, I don't buy either. The supposed landing marks were identified by police and foresters as rabbit diggings. No evidence has emerged to confirm that anything actually came down in the forest. So there is that, in that, yes, the indentations and the holes and things like that could very easily have been made by wildlife. And I saw a picture of these. So when Charles Holt went into the forest, he took with him some, like, modelling clay plasticine and made plaster casts of so he poured in the mixture into these indentations, made casts of them, and when it dried he could pull it out, and it was a solid representation, a physical representation of the indentation. And they don't really look like rabbit diggings either. They're clearly defined shape. There's no, like, scratches or where rabbits would have dug. It's a very clear defined shape, and they're all very, very similar. So I struggle to buy it, but there is always possible. It's wildlife. You can't really tell. And then they say no evidence has emerged to confirm that actually anything came down in the forest. Well, I'd argue that the evidence is the indentations, and also the scratched trees and the damaged trees, the burnt trees, as well as the fact that there's this clearing in a very, very densely populated forest, and they took these radiation readings at the time, and they were noticeably elevated from normal background radiation. So I believe that to be credible evidence that something came down. But there we go. According to witness statements from the 26th of December, this is the first event. So none of this here, as yet, is referring to what we now know as Capel Green or the 28th event, the event 2 days later. The initial sighting, no. According to witness statements on the 26th of December, the flashing light seen from the forest lay in the same direction as the Orford Ness lighthouse. When the eyewitnesses attempted to approach the light, they realised it was further off than they had thought. One of the witnesses, Ed Cabanasag, described it as, quote, a beacon of light off in the distance, quote, while another, John Burroughs, said it was a lighthouse. So it's difficult. John Burroughs and Ed Cabanasag were two people who were direct witnesses. They were both from the base. They were both US military personnel. See eyewitness statements. Have we missed over this, or I don't remember seeing it. Ed Cabanasag said, we figured the lights were coming from past the forest, since nothing was visible. They passed through it when nothing was visible when they passed through the forest. We could see a glowing light glowing near the beacon light, but as we got closer, we found it to be a lit-up farmhouse. We got to a vantage point where we could determine that what we were chasing was only a beacon light off in the distance. And another participant, John Burroughs, and they say it was another participant, but in most of the reports, and especially in the books I've read and the other details I've read, and there have been, I don't know if Ed Cabanasag has actually come on publicly and spoken about it, but I know John Burroughs has been on a podcast. I listened to it, and they're saying here that they could see that, we could see it was a beacon going round and round as we went towards it. We followed it for about 2 miles, and we could see it was coming from a lighthouse. That's not exactly what he stated in the podcast. And in the podcast, he was very much more, how could I say it, pro thinking that it was some kind of craft rather than the lighthouse. So, at the very least, we can determine here that there is inconsistency, which doesn't help when it comes to cases like this. So that in itself, inconsistency does shed some light and some contradiction into it all. But other than that, what they're saying here, Ed Cabanasag said and John Burroughs said, they were two prime witnesses to it. And I've heard both of them say very, very different things to what they're saying in this excerpt here. So, yeah. And then they say that later on they mention that the farm animals go into a frenzy. And here it says that he reported a noise like a woman screaming, and you could hear it from the farm. Hear the farm animals making a lot of noise. Holt heard the same noises 2 nights later. The noise could have been made by muntjac deer. Yes, and muntjac deer are famous for making screaming sounds, and so that bit, I do believe, the screaming and stuff could very well have come from muntjac deer. And I mean, I've heard it, and it is really, really like trippy. It's quite, quite trippy. Anyway, yeah. So there are different things, and then we go on to the second incident 2 days later. The timings on Halt's tape during the sighting of the 28th indicate that the light he saw, which lay in the same direction as the light seen 2 nights earlier, flashed every 5 seconds, which was the flash rate of Orford Ness Lighthouse. Again, yes, but then you have got the argument that, it comes down and it's not just a solid stationary light. And as we know, lighthouses don't tend to go up and down and move. So, yeah, move through the trees. Yeah. And interestingly here, it says in his January the 6th, 2009 Skeptoid podcast, blah, 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 Brian Dunning evaluated the original eyewitness reports and audio recordings, as well as the resulting media reporting of this incident. this Brian Dunning concluded, quote, Colonel Halt's thoroughness was commendable, but even he can be mistaken. Without exception, everything he reported on his audio tape and in his written memo has a perfectly rational and unremarkable explanation. All that remains is the tale that the men were All that remains is the tale that the men were debriefed and ordered never to mention the event, and warned that, quote unquote, the bullets are cheap. In suggesting that there may be some harm that could come to them if they were to speak out about it. Well, as we've seen on television, the men all talk quite freely about it, and even Colonel Holt says that to this day nobody has ever debriefed him. So this appears just to be another dramatic invention for television. Perhaps one of the men who have expanded their stories over the years. When you examine each piece of evidence separately, on its own merit, you avoid the trap of pattern matching and finding correlations where none exist. The meteors had nothing to do with the lighthouse or the rabbit diggings, but when you hear all these stories told together, it's easy to conclude, as did the airmen, that the light overhead became an alien spacecraft in the forest. Always remember, separate pieces of poor evidence don't aggregate together into a single piece of good evidence. The points he makes there are incredibly good. They are. It's a really. Mr. Dunning, when he did this report and this conclusion, I was impressed by it. It's clearly a very, very genuine and logical explanation or interpretation of the evidence. But then again, as I just said, it is an interpretation of the evidence. Everyone interprets things differently. And he has taken on the basis that what evidence there is, he's kind of found a way to explain them away, which is what everyone has to do when they investigate such incidents like this. But there are certain bits of it, primarily one of the last lines. When you add, as he says here, when you hear all three stories told together, it's easy to conclude that the light they saw was a UFO, an alien spacecraft. Now, I really struggle. He says here the meteors had nothing to do with the lighthouse or the rabbit diggings. So he's got here meteors, lighthouse, rabbit diggings, and various lights they saw. He's saying when you add it all together, it's easy to get to the conclusion that it's an alien spacecraft. I struggle to see how getting from that might be a lighthouse, or that might be a meteor, or that's a rabbit digging, it's an alien spacecraft. That's a pretty big jump, in my opinion, to get to that. So for him to say it's easy to conclude that it's a spacecraft, I struggle with. And that's the bit of his conclusion that I am skeptical about. But there we go. So that is a brief, relatively brief explanation of the Rendlesham Forest incident. And this all came about because it's Sunday and they rang call changes at Woodbridge for morning Eucharist service. Again. Every Sunday, without fail. Sometimes they ring Granser. Don't. It's a big pet peeve of mine. But there we go. So UFOs and cases like this, researching them and delving into the evidence that there may be or may not be, and delving into the history and everything behind them, I am fascinated with. And it's one of my biggest hobbies other than ringing. And tomorrow, if we have time, depending on how the build goes, we might delve into crop circles, which I find just as fascinating as certain UFO cases. But yeah, there we go. Tuna Bells says, please can you tell Tim it's hot chocolate time? Tim.
Mm.
It's hot chocolate time, Tuna Bells says.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it is.
Have you finished eating meatballs yet?
You better not be eating meatball. I'll kill him.
What, meatball?
No, Henry. He's got to be kind to meatball.
Oh. There we go. Anyway, right. Yes, thank you all very much for watching today's stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've been live for 10 hours and 32 minutes, which is it's a pretty respectable amount of time to be live, I must say so. We have finished box 1. We have done 18 bags, and I've worked out that with the 74 bags in the entire set and the divided by the 4 days we're streaming, we should do 18 and a half bags per day. But today was relatively tricky, building the base and all of those wretched trees. And I'm hoping that I'm hoping, but I know for a fact that it's going to get worse because a lot of the build is very, very small pieces. So it could get painful. Tomorrow could get painful. So I might have to get a bit of tea towel or something to kind of cushion the blow because my fingers are in shreds. Anyway, I'm very grateful for you joining me today on Ringer Ollie's New Year's Eve live show 2025, day 1. Join me tomorrow at 12 o'clock midday for Ringer Ollie's New Year's Eve live show 2025, day 2. So, without further ado, from me, from Timmy Tondalea della Ventimiglia, who is what his name is saved at in my phone, we will see you tomorrow for day 2. Thank you very much for watching. Ta-ra for now, ladies and gents. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.